I've learned that the brain doesn't actually sleep all at once. Parts of it stay on guard, like a skeletal crew working the night shift in a dark factory, listening for the one sound that doesn't belong. People call it the sentry effect. It's a survival mechanism left over from when we slept in caves, waiting for the crack of a dry branch that meant something hungry was moving in the dark. I never used to believe in that. I was the kind of person who could sleep through a thunderstorm or a car alarm. But that changed 3 years ago during a solo hiking trip in the high Uintas of Utah. I'm 32 now, and I've spent a decade in the woods, but I still can't look at a dark doorway without my pulse spiking. I had hiked 12 miles into a basin that felt like the edge of the world. It was late September, that transitional week where the air turns sharp and the aspens start to look like they're bleeding gold. I was miles from the nearest trailhead and even further from the nearest person. That was the point. I wanted the isolation. I needed the silence. I set up my camp near a shallow, glass-still lake. My mistake, the one I look back on and curse myself for, was choosing a spot tucked under a dense overhang of pines. It was a natural blind. It felt cozy at the time, like a fortress of needles and bark. I didn't realize I was just tucking myself into a corner where I couldn't see what was coming. By 9:00 p.m., the sun had dropped behind the peaks and the temperature plummeted. I crawled into my bivy sack, a lightweight one-person sleep system that's basically a waterproof coffin. You don't have room to turn around in a bivy. You just slide in and zip it up to your chin. It's efficient, but it's the ultimate vulnerability. You're a human burrito. The silence out there isn't like the silence in a house. It's heavy. It has a weight to it that presses against your eardrums. I remember lying there, watching the mesh screen of the bivy, looking up at the sliver of moon through the pine branches. I felt that deep, rhythmic exhaustion that comes from a day of heavy climbing. My eyes grew heavy. My breathing slowed. I drifted off into that thick, dreamless sleep of the physically broken. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. I know the exact time because the glowing green digits of my watch were the first thing I saw. I didn't wake up because of a noise. I didn't wake up because I was cold. I woke up because my body had hit an internal alarm I didn't know I possessed. Every hair on my arms was standing up. My heart wasn't just beating. It was thudding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stayed perfectly still. That was instinct. I didn't even blink. The air in the bivy felt different. It was warmer, like someone was standing over it, trapping my own body heat back down onto me. I stared straight up through the mesh screen. The moon had shifted. The shadows of the pine needles were different now, longer, sharper. And then I saw the anomaly. About 3 feet above my face, there was a break in the branches. I should have seen stars. I should have seen the deep velvet purple of the night sky. Instead, I saw a shape. It was a solid, matte blackness that was darker than the night around it. It was curved like the top of a stone, but it was moving. It was swaying, almost imperceptibly, back and forth. I told myself it was a low-hanging branch I hadn't noticed. I told myself my eyes were playing tricks on me, adjusting to the dark. I tried to rationalize it. It's just the wind, asterisk, I thought, but there was no wind. The lake was a mirror. The needles weren't rustling. I took a slow, shallow breath, trying to be silent. That's when the shape moved closer. It lowered itself by inches. As it descended into the faint moonlight, the silhouette began to take form. It wasn't a branch. It was a head. A human head, bald and pale as a blanched almond, was hovering directly over my mesh screen. I froze. My lungs felt like they had turned to lead. I watched, paralyzed, as the person, if it was a person, leaned down until their face was barely 6 inches from the mesh. I could see the texture of the skin now. It was waxy, stretched tight over a gaunt frame, but the eyes were closed. The person was standing over me, leaning down, with their eyes tightly shut, as if they were listening to the sound of my blood rushing through my veins. The logic in my brain began to shatter. Why were they here? How had they hiked 12 miles in the dark without a light? Why were they standing over a stranger in the middle of the wilderness at 2 in the morning? I felt a surge of primal, white-hot panic. I needed to move, to scream, to reach for the bear mace clipped to my pack outside the bivy. But I was pinned. If I reached for the zipper, they would be on me before I could clear the fabric. I watched that face. It was so close I could smell it. It didn't smell like a hiker. It didn't smell like sweat or wood smoke. It smelled like wet earth and copper, like a basement that hadn't been opened in 50 years. Then the person's nostrils flared. They took a deep, shuddering breath, inhaling the air I had just exhaled. I couldn't help it. My eyes widened. I think I let out a tiny, involuntary whimper, a sound so quiet it wouldn't have woken a dog. But the thing above me heard it. In one fluid, horrific motion, the eyelids of the person snapped open. They didn't have normal eyes. There was no white, no iris. Just two gleaming, wet orbs of pure, reflective black, like a shark's eye or a polished piece of obsidian. They weren't looking asterisk at the bivy. They were looking directly into my pupils as if the mesh wasn't even there. When those eyes opened, the person didn't scream. They didn't attack. They did something much worse. They smiled. It wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, showing too many teeth that were small, jagged, and spaced too far apart. And then, in a voice that sounded like gravel being ground together, the thing spoke. "I thought you'd never wake up," it whispered. The voice was flat. No emotion, no malice, just a statement of fact as if it had been waiting for hours for the show to begin. My survival instinct finally overcame my paralysis. I didn't think, I reacted. I thrashed my arms upward, screaming at the top of my lungs, hitting the mesh screen with the heels of my hands. I felt my knuckles connect with something cold and solid, the underside of its jaw. The creature didn't fall back. It just recoiled slightly, its head snapping back at an unnatural angle before it slowly righted itself. It looked confused, like I had broken a rule it didn't know existed. I scrambled for the zipper. My fingers were shaking so hard I couldn't find the pull tab. I was sobbing now, a raw, guttural sound of pure terror. I finally felt the metal tab, yanked it down, and rolled out of the bivy onto the cold, hard ground. I didn't grab my boots. I didn't grab my pack. I was in my wool socks and base layers. I lunged for the bare mace that was sitting on a flat rock next to my stove. I grabbed the canister, ripped off the safety clip, and spun around, ready to spray. The space above my bivy was empty. I scanned the campsite. The moonlight was bright enough to see the gray trunks of the pines and the dark expanse of the lake. Nothing, no footsteps, no rustling of bushes. The silence had returned, heavier than before. "Where are you?" I screamed. My voice cracked and echoed off the rock walls of the basin. "I have a gun," I lied, my voice trembling. "Nothing." I stood there for what felt like an hour, my finger on the trigger of the mace, spinning in circles. Every shadow looked like a crouching man. Every shift in the light looked like a pair of black eyes opening. I realized then that I couldn't stay. If I stayed until morning, I was a sitting duck. I didn't care about my $800 tent or my sleeping bag. I didn't care about the cold. I shoved my feet into my unlaced boots, grabbed my headlamp, and began to run. I didn't follow the trail. I couldn't. The trail went through the trees where things could hide. I ran along the rocky shoreline of the lake where the moonlight was clearest, my headlamp cutting a frantic, bouncing arc through the dark. I could hear it behind me. Not footsteps, not exactly. It sounded like something heavy being dragged through the dirt, punctuated by the occasional asterisk click asterisk of a stone being stepped on. It stayed just outside the reach of my light. Whenever I spun around to catch it, there was only the wind in the trees and the mocking stillness of the woods. I ran for 4 hours. By the time the sky began to turn a bruised, sickly gray with the coming dawn, I reached the trailhead. My feet were bleeding through my socks, and my lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass. My car was the only one in the lot. I fumbled with my keys, dived into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. I didn't start the car immediately. I sat there, gasping for air, staring into the rearview mirror. In the dim morning light, I saw something on the back window. The glass was fogged from the cold, but there in the condensation was a handprint. It was long. The fingers were nearly twice the length of a normal human's, and it was positioned as if someone had been leaning against the glass looking in. I drove straight to the ranger station 3 towns over. I was a mess, shaking, covered in dirt, half-dressed. The ranger behind the desk was an older guy, the kind with skin like leather and a name tag that said Miller. I told him everything. I told him about the head, the black eyes, the voice, the handprint. I expected him to call the police or a psych ward. Instead, Miller just sighed and leaned back in his chair. He didn't look surprised. He looked tired. "Which basin were you in?" he asked. "Deadman's Hole," I said, "near the upper lake." Miller nodded slowly. He didn't write anything down. "You're the 3rd one this season," he said quietly, "though the others, they didn't wake up in time to leave." "What is it?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Is there someone living out there, a squatter?" Miller looked at me, and for a second I saw a flash of genuine pity in his eyes. "We've sent deputies up there. We've sent search teams. We never find a camp. We never find tracks, but we find the hikers, or what's left of them." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "The locals call them the Watchers. They don't want your food and they don't want your gear. They just want to see the moment the light goes out in someone's eyes. My advice, don't go back for your stuff, just go home and stay out of the Uintas." I did go home. I moved to a city. I live on the 12th floor of an apartment building now, far away from the trees. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up for no reason. My heart starts thudding and my skin crawls with that old, familiar dread. I lie perfectly still in the dark, staring at the ceiling, terrified to look toward the window. Because last week I found something. I was cleaning the outside of my windows, 12 stories up, and there, in the corner of the glass, was a faint, oily smudge. It was a handprint, long, thin fingers. And I realized then that it didn't matter how far I ran. Once you've looked into those eyes, they never really close. They're just waiting for you to blink. The smudge on the window should have been the end of it. It should have been the moment I packed a bag, drove to the airport, and bought a ticket to the flattest, most treeless desert on the planet. But fear is a funny thing. It doesn't just make you want to run. It makes you obsessive. It turns you into a prisoner of your own peripheral vision. I spent the next 3 days in a state of hypervigilant paralysis. I bought heavy blackout curtains and bolted them to the frames. I installed 3 different brands of motion-activated cameras inside my apartment, pointing them at the doors, the vents, and especially that 12th-story window. I stopped going to work. I told my boss I had a severe case of pneumonia, but the truth was I couldn't bear the thought of being in an open-plan office with my back to a glass wall. I sat in the center of my living room, the only place where no shadow could touch me, and watched the feeds on my laptop. For 48 hours, there was nothing, just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant, muffled sirens of the city. I started to tell myself that the handprint on the glass was a fluke. Maybe it was from the window washers. Maybe it was an old smudge that had only become visible under a certain angle of light. I was desperate to believe in the mundane. I was starving for a logical explanation. On the 3rd night, the temperature in the apartment dropped. It wasn't a gradual cooling. It was as if the heat had been sucked out of the room by a vacuum. I was huddled under a pile of blankets, my laptop screen the only source of light, when I saw the first glitch. The camera facing the window flickered. It was a digital stutter, a momentary lapse into static, and when the image cleared, the blackout curtains were moving. There was no draft in the apartment. The windows were sealed. The curtains didn't just sway, they pulled inward as if something was standing behind them, grasping the fabric and tugging it toward the glass. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I watched the screen. A shape began to define itself against the heavy velvet of the curtains, a long, vertical protrusion. It looked like a shoulder. Then, a second shape appeared higher up. A head. It was pressed against the other side of the fabric, leaning into the room from the outside of a locked window 12 stories above the concrete. Then the audio feed on the camera picked up a sound. It wasn't the gravelly whisper from the woods. It was a rhythmic, wet tapping. Ting, ting, ting. It was the sound of a fingernail tapping against glass. Slow, methodical, like someone testing the thickness of a shell. I grabbed my phone, my thumb hovering over the emergency dial, but my hand was shaking so violently I dropped it. It slid across the hardwood floor, disappearing into the shadows beneath the sofa. I didn't go after it. I couldn't take my eyes off the curtain. The tapping stopped. For a long, agonizing minute, the apartment was silent. Then the voice came. It didn't come from the window. It didn't come from the hallway. It sounded like it was vibrating inside my own skull, a resonance that made my teeth ache. "You left your skin in the woods," the voice whispered. I bolted upright, my heart hammering so hard I felt dizzy. "Who's there?" I screamed. My voice sounded thin and pathetic in the empty room. "I'm calling the police. I have cameras. I see you." The curtains stopped moving. The shape behind them vanished so suddenly it was as if it had never been there. I scrambled to the laptop, rewinding the footage, my breath coming in jagged gasps. I played it back. Static. The curtains swaying. The shape of the head. And then, right before the shape disappeared, the camera caught something the human eye would have missed in real time. The thing behind the curtain had turned. For a single frame, a sliver of the face was visible between the edge of the fabric and the window frame. It wasn't just pale. It was translucent. I could see the dark, spindly network of veins beneath the skin. And the eye, that wet, obsidian orb, wasn't looking into the room. It was looking directly at the camera lens. It knew I was watching. The realization hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't stalking me. It was playing with me. It was a predator that enjoyed the hunt more than the kill. I spent the rest of the night in the bathtub with the door locked and a kitchen knife in my hand. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those black orbs. I saw the way the skin stretched over its jaw when it smiled. I kept thinking about what Ranger Miller had said. They just want to see the moment the light goes out. By dawn, I knew I couldn't stay in the apartment. But I also knew I couldn't just go to a hotel. It had followed me from the high Uintas to Salt Lake City. It had found me on the 12th floor. Distance wasn't the problem. The problem was that I had let it in. Not into my home, but into my head. That sentry effect I used to pride myself on had been hijacked. My brain was no longer listening for predators in the dark. It was broadcasting my fear like a beacon. I needed to know what it was. If I was going to die, I wanted to know the name of the thing that was claiming me. I remembered Miller's face when I mentioned Deadman's Hole. He hadn't just been tired, he'd been resigned. He knew something he wasn't allowed to say. I waited until the sun was high and the city was loud before I left the apartment. I didn't take anything but my car keys and my wallet. I drove back toward the mountains. The drive took 4 hours, but it felt like 4 minutes. My mind was a loop of static and obsidian eyes. I didn't go to the trailhead. I went to the ranger station. It was closed. A sign on the door said "Out on Patrol," but Miller's personal truck was in the lot. I didn't knock. I walked around the back of the small log building to the residential quarters. I found him sitting on a porch swing, a glass of amber liquid in his hand, staring at the tree line with a look of profound exhaustion. He didn't look at me when I approached. "I told you not to come back, son." "It's in my apartment," I said, my voice cracking. "It's on the 12th floor, it's tapping on my windows, it spoke to me." Miller finally turned his head. The pity was gone, replaced by a grim, clinical interest. "It spoke. What did it say?" "It said I left my skin in the woods. What does that mean? What is it?" Miller took a long pull from his glass. He sighed, the sound rattling in his chest. There are places in this world where the veil is thin. We like to think of nature as this neutral, beautiful thing, but nature is hungry. And sometimes, the things that live in the deep places, the places where the sun doesn't reach the forest floor, they get a taste for something other than deer and elk. "Is it a ghost?" I asked, desperate for a label I could understand. "No," Miller said firmly. "Ghosts are memories. These things are leftovers. They're what's left of the things that were here before we decided we owned the world. They don't have names, not in any language you or I could speak, but they're collectors. They don't just kill you, they take your weight, your presence. That's why it told you that you left your skin. It's already started the process. It's got a piece of you now." "How do I stop it?" Miller looked back at the trees. The shadows were lengthening. "You don't stop it, you can only trade it." "Trade it for what?" "For someone else's light," Miller whispered. He looked at me then, and I saw the true depth of the horror. He wasn't just a witness, he was a survivor. "Why do you think I stay here? Why do you think I tell people which basins to avoid? I'm not a guide. I'm a shepherd. I keep the thing in Deadman's Hole fed so it doesn't come looking for me." The blood ran cold in my veins. You send people up there." "I don't send them," he snapped, his voice sharp with guilt. "They come on their own. I don't stop the ones who look like they won't be missed. It's been 10 years since I looked into those black eyes, and I still hear the tapping every night. It's waiting for me to stop providing. And now you've brought your own shadow back to my doorstep." I backed away from him, the kitchen knife in my pocket feeling like a toy. "You're insane." "I'm alive," Miller countered. "But you're already half gone. Look at your hands." I looked down. In the bright afternoon sun, my hands looked pale. But as I watched, the color seemed to drain further. The skin around my fingernails was turning a translucent, waxy gray. My pulse, which had been racing for days, felt slow, heavy, like it was being muffled by a layer of wet earth. "It's not just watching you," Miller said, his voice fading as I backed toward my car. "It's replacing you. Every time you feel that fear, every time you give it your attention, it takes a little more of your light. Eventually, you'll be the one standing outside someone's window, wondering why they won't wake up." I didn't stay to hear more. I lunged into my car and tore out of the lot, the tires screaming on the gravel. I drove blindly, my mind a storm of denial. I wasn't becoming that thing. I was a person. I had a life. I had a name. I drove until the sun went down, and then I kept driving. I found myself back at the trailhead for the high Uintas. I didn't know why I was there until I saw my own gear. My $800 tent, my pack, my bivy, sitting in a neat pile right in the center of the parking lot. It shouldn't have been there. It was 12 miles in at the bottom of a basin. I stopped the car, the headlights illuminating the gear. It wasn't just piled there. It was arranged. The bivy was laid out flat, and the boots were placed at the head of it as if a person were lying inside. I stepped out of the car, drawn by a morbid magnetic pull. As I approached the gear, I saw that something was written on the nylon of the bivy. It wasn't written in ink. It was etched into the fabric with something sharp. "Welcome home." I turned to run back to the car, but the door slammed shut on its own. The locks clicked. Through the windshield, I saw the interior light of my car flicker on. There was someone in the driver's seat. It was me. Or rather, it was a version of me. It had my hair, my clothes, my face. But the skin was too tight, the jaw was too wide, and when it turned to look at me through the glass, its eyes were two gleaming, wet orbs of pure, reflective black. It didn't scream, it didn't attack. It just smiled, that jagged, impossible smile, and raised a hand to the window. It pressed its palm against the glass. The fingers were long, distorted. Then it started the engine. I stood in the dirt, paralyzed, as my own car backed out of the space. I watched my own face look at me one last time before the vehicle sped away, disappearing down the mountain road toward the city, toward my apartment, toward my life. I was left in the dark. The silence of the woods descended, heavy and weighted. I felt the temperature plummet. I felt the air grow warm around me, as if someone were standing just behind my shoulder, trapping my body heat against my back. I didn't turn around. I knew what was there. I looked down at my hands. They were almost invisible now, the moonlight passing through the waxy, translucent flesh. I could see the stones on the ground through my palms. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to close my eyes. Not because I was tired, but because the light, the stars, the moon, the very idea of the sun was starting to hurt. It felt loud. It felt intrusive. I knelt down on the dirt next to the bivy. I felt the sentry effect kick in, but it was different now. I wasn't listening for the sound of something hungry moving in the dark. I was listening for the sound of a heartbeat. I heard one. It was miles away down in the valley. A hiker, maybe. Someone sleeping in a tent, tucked under a dense overhang of pines, thinking they were safe in their fortress of needles and bark. I stood up. My joints didn't creak. They slid with a fluid, unnatural grace. I didn't need a headlamp. The darkness wasn't an obstacle anymore. It was a map. Every shadow was a path, every thicket a doorway. I began to walk. I didn't follow the trail. I didn't need to. I moved through the trees like a breath of cold air, my feet making no sound on the dry needles. I was 12 miles from the nearest person. I was hungry, and I knew exactly where to find the one sound that didn't belong. The hunger wasn't in my stomach. It was in my skin. It was a localized, frantic itching that crawled across my limbs, a sensation of being hollowed out and stuffed with cold, damp earth. As I moved through the underbrush, the world transformed. The vibrant greens and earthy browns of the Uintas had bled away into a spectrum of grays and deep, pulsating violets. I could see the heat rising off the rocks like a shimmering mist, and the trees, once majestic sentinels, now looked like skeletal fingers reaching up to tear the stars from the sky. I moved with a speed that should have terrified me. My feet didn't just touch the ground. They seemed to be pulled toward it, a magnetic attraction that silenced the snap of every twig and the crunch of every leaf. I was no longer a man walking through the woods. I was a ripple in the fabric of the night. The heartbeat I had sensed earlier grew louder. It wasn't a sound I heard with my ears. It was a rhythmic vibration that pulsed in the soles of my feet and the tips of my elongated fingers. It was a delicious, agonizing thrum, a beacon of heat in a world that had become an icebox. It belonged to a solo camper, tucked away in a small clearing near the edge of a seasonal creek. I reached the perimeter of the clearing in minutes, covering miles that would have taken a fit hiker hours to navigate. I didn't breathe. I didn't need to. The air was no longer something I consumed. It was something I inhabited. I crouched behind a thicket of mountain mahogany, my body folding into angles that would have snapped human bone. I felt the weight of my own presence pressing against the silence, a heavy, oily density that seemed to make the very crickets stop their chirping as I approached. The tent was a bright, synthetic orange, a garish wound in the beautiful gray of my new world. Inside, the heat signature of the occupant was a radiant, golden glow. I could see the outline of a body through the thin nylon, the rise and fall of a chest, the twitch of a foot in sleep. The person was young, their life force burning with a fierce, ignorant intensity. I felt the urge then. It wasn't a desire to kill, not exactly. It was a desire to witness asterisk. I wanted to be the last thing that heat felt before it dissipated. I wanted to drink the moment the rhythm changed from the steady beat of sleep to the staccato franticness of terror. I reached out. My hand, now long and spindly, the skin stretched so thin over the knuckles that it looked like wet parchment, hovered inches from the tent wall. I didn't touch it yet. I watched the way my shadow fell across the orange fabric. Even in the dim starlight, my shadow was darker than it should have been. It looked like a hole cut out of the universe. Slowly, I pressed one finger against the nylon. The occupant inside shifted. The heartbeat spiked, just a tiny flutter, a momentary lapse in the rhythm of REM sleep. I felt a surge of something that felt like electricity arc up my arm. It was intoxicating. I pressed harder, my long fingernail creating a small, sharp indentation in the fabric. Ting! The sound was tiny, but in the absolute silence of the basin, it was a gunshot. Inside the tent, the golden glow went still. The breathing stopped. I could feel the person's eyes open in the dark. I could feel the sudden, icy drench of adrenaline hitting their bloodstream. It tasted like copper and ozone. "Hello," a voice whispered. It was a girl. She sounded small, her voice trembling with the same fragile hope I had carried only days ago. Is someone there?" I didn't answer. I leaned closer, my face inches from the nylon. I could smell her, the scent of wood smoke, peppermint tea, and the salt of her sweat. It was a riot of sensory information that made my head swim. I felt my jaw unhinge slightly, the skin of my cheeks stretching until I felt the familiar, jagged ache of that impossible smile. I began to circle the tent. I didn't walk, I flowed. I stayed just on the edge of her peripheral vision, a blur of gray against gray. I watched as she sat up, the silhouette of her head turning frantically, trying to track a sound that had no source. "Is it a bear?" she muttered to herself, her voice cracking. "Just a bear, it's just a bear." I stopped directly behind her. The only thing separating us was a few millimeters of plastic and the vast, unbridgeable chasm of what I had become. I reached up and placed both hands on the top of the tent. I didn't push down. I just let the weight of my presence settle. The tent groaned under the invisible pressure. The girl let out a choked sob. I could see her through the fabric. She was hugging her knees to her chest, her eyes wide and staring at the door zipper. She was waiting for a claw to rip through, for a monster to roar. But I didn't rip the tent. That was too simple, too loud. I leaned my head down until my forehead touched the nylon. I whispered, the sound vibrating not from my throat, but from the very air around us. "You're breathing my air," I said. The girl screamed. It was a high, jagged sound that tore through the night, a beautiful, terrifying note of pure discord. The heartbeat in my feet went wild. Asterisk, thump, 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 asterisk, a frantic, dying bird trapped in a cage of ribs. She scrambled for the zipper, her hands fumbling with the metal pull. I stepped back into the shadows of the trees, watching as she burst out of the tent. She didn't have shoes on. She didn't have a jacket. She just had a flashlight, its beam cutting a frantic, wobbling path through the darkness. She swung the light toward the thicket where I had been standing. The beam passed right through me. To her, I was nothing more than a trick of the light, a smudge of charcoal against the bark of a pine tree. But she felt me. She turned in a circle, the light dancing off the trees, her breath coming in ragged, sobbing gulps. "Who's there? I have a knife. I'll use it." She was holding a small folding pocket knife, the blade trembling in the light. It was pathetic. It was wonderful. I moved to her left, staying in the blind spot of her flashlight. I was close enough to see the goosebumps on her arms, close enough to see the way her pupils were blown wide with terror. I realized then that Miller hadn't just been a shepherd. He had been a connoisseur. There was a profound, addictive intimacy in this. To be the thing that occupies a person's entire universe, to be the sole focus of their every nerve ending. It was more life than I had ever felt when I was real. I reached out and brushed a long, cold finger against the back of her neck. She spun around, slashing the air with the knife, but I was already behind her again. She began to run. She didn't head for the trail. She headed deeper into the woods, driven by a blind, primal need to put distance between herself and the thing she couldn't see. I followed. I didn't need to run. I simply occupied the space she was about to leave. I was the shadow that lengthened in front of her, the snap of the branch behind her, the cold draft that blew against her ear when the wind was still. We moved through the forest like a macabre parade. She was the light, flickering and fading, and I was the dark, patient and absolute. I watched her strength begin to fail. Her feet were bleeding now, leaving dark, hot spots on the gray earth that I could see as clearly as ink on snow. Her heartbeat was slowing, not because she was calm, but because her body was beginning to shut down from the sheer, overwhelming weight of the dread I was pouring into her. She stumbled and fell near the edge of a steep embankment. The flashlight flew from her hand, tumbling down into the ravine, its beam spinning wildly before it wedged into the rocks below, pointing uselessly at the sky. She lay there in the dirt, gasping. She tried to crawl, her fingers digging into the pine needles, but she didn't have anything left. I stepped out of the shadows and stood over her. For the first time, I let the veil drop. I let the moonlight hit me. I let her see. She looked up. Her eyes tracked up my long, distorted legs, my narrow torso, and finally settled on my face. I saw the moment the recognition hit her. She didn't see a monster. She saw the man I had been, the face from the missing hiker posters that would soon be tacked to the ranger station. But it was a face stretched over a void. The light in her eyes didn't go out all at once. It flickered like a candle in a draft. She didn't scream this time. She just made a soft, clicking sound in the back of her throat. "Please," she whispered. I knelt down beside her. I felt a strange, ghostly memory of pity, a flickering spark of the person who had once lived on the 12th floor and feared the window. But it was distant, like a dream I had long ago. I placed my hand over her heart. I could feel the warmth of it through her thin shirt. It was so bright, so heavy. "Don't worry," I whispered, the voice vibrating through her bones. "I'll take the weight for you." As I pressed down, I felt a rush of heat flow into my cold, waxy fingers. It was a sensation of profound fullness. The gray world around me suddenly flared with color, the deep green of the moss, the sharp blue of the starlight. For a moment, I could feel the wind on my skin. I could feel the blood pumping in my own veins. I was real again. But as the heat flowed into me, it flowed out of her. I watched as her skin began to pale. I watched as her fingers seemed to lengthen, the joints shifting and stretching under the skin. Her eyes, once a bright, terrified hazel, began to darken. The iris expanded, swallowing the white, turning into two vast, lightless pools of obsidian. She wasn't dying, she was being traded. I stood up, feeling the incredible, heavy power of her life force surging through me. I felt like I could leap over the mountains. I felt like I could scream and shatter the sky. But it was already fading. The hunger was a sieve. No matter how much I took, it leaked out into the dark. The colors began to dim. The warmth in my chest began to cool. The itching returned to my skin, more insistent than before. I looked down at the girl. She was standing now. She didn't look like a girl anymore. She was a tall, spindly shadow, her movements jerky and experimental. She looked at her hands, then she looked at me. There was no gratitude in those black eyes. There was only the beginning of the same ravenous, eternal void. She turned away from me and began to move toward the scent of the next heartbeat, deeper in the basin. She was a new watcher, born of my hunger, just as I had been born of the thing that took my car. I stayed by the ravine for a long time, watching the flashlight beam at the bottom of the cliff grow dimmer and dimmer as the batteries died. I realized then the true horror of Miller's trade. It wasn't just about staying alive. It was about the cycle. We were a great chain of fear, a line of shadows stretching back into the beginning of time, each of us holding onto a stolen spark until it flickered out, forcing us to reach into the light once more. I thought about my apartment. I thought about the thing that was currently sitting in my chair, wearing my clothes, perhaps even talking to my mother on the phone or drinking coffee in the break room. It was living my life with a borrowed soul, while I was up here, a ghost of the Uintas, tending to the darkness. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of something, not hunger but a different kind of void. I missed the noise. I missed the smell of the city. I missed the feeling of being watched, rather than being the one who watches. I began to walk. I didn't head back toward the trailhead. I headed toward the highway. I reached the asphalt just as the first hint of pre-dawn gray began to touch the horizon. The road was a long, black ribbon that smelled of tar and old exhaust. I stood on the shoulder, my body hidden in the deep shadow of a highway sign. A set of headlights appeared in the distance. The vibration reached me first, the heavy, rhythmic thrum of a long-haul trucker. It was a massive, powerful heartbeat, surrounded by tons of steel and light. I felt the smile return to my face. I didn't want the hiker in the tent anymore. I didn't want the small, fragile lights. I wanted to go back to the city. I wanted to see the look on the face of the thing that was wearing my skin when I tapped on its 12-story window. The truck roared past, a wall of wind and sound. I didn't try to stop it. I simply stepped into its shadow, letting the vacuum of its passage pull me along. I clung to the underside of the trailer, my long fingers hooking into the cold steel of the chassis. The driver didn't feel a thing. He just kept his eyes on the road, humming along to a song on the radio, blissfully unaware that he was carrying a piece of the high Uintas back to the world of men. As we rolled down the mountain, leaving the trees behind, I looked back at the darkening peaks. I could see them now, dozens of them standing on the ridges, watching the cars go by. A gallery of shadows, waiting for the blink, waiting for the stumble, waiting for the light to go out. I closed my eyes, but I could still see. The darkness was no longer a veil, it was a mirror. And in that mirror I saw the city lights ahead. Millions of tiny, flickering heartbeats, a sea of golden glows. I wasn't going home to hide, I was going home to hunt. Because once you've looked into those eyes, you don't just see the monster, you see the vacancy. And nature, as Miller said, abhors a vacuum. It will always find something to fill the space. I felt the truck hit the level pavement of the valley. The air grew thick with the taste of smog and human life. I tightened my grip on the steel. The watchers were no longer confined to the woods. We were coming into the light, and we were very, very hungry. The vibration of the highway was different than the vibration of the forest. In the Uintas, the earth felt solid, a deep, resonant hum of ancient stone and slow-growing roots. Here, the asphalt was a frantic, artificial thing, a thin skin stretched over the dirt, trembling with the passage of thousands of tons of metal. Under the trailer, I was a ghost in the machine. The wind whipped past my elongated limbs, a screaming gale that would have torn the skin from a human man, but to me, it was merely a caress. I felt the cold grease of the axles against my palms, the smell of burnt diesel filling my non-existent lungs. It was the scent of progress, of movement, of a world that refused to stop and look into the shadows. As the truck descended from the high passes of the Wasatch Range, the air grew heavy and wet. The crisp, thin oxygen of the peaks was replaced by the soup of the valley. I could taste the proximity of others. It wasn't just the heartbeats anymore. It was the collective psychic noise of 100,000 people dreaming, worrying, and breathing. It was a roar that threatened to drown out the singular focus I had cultivated in the basin. I tightened my grip on the chassis, my needle-like fingers scoring deep grooves into the rusted iron. We passed through the outskirts of the city as the sun began to truly rise. To the driver in the cab above me, the world was turning into a postcard of morning commute. The golden light hitting the glass towers of downtown, the reflected glare of the Great Salt Lake in the distance. To me, the sun was a hateful, blinding intrusion. It didn't burn my skin, but it bleached the world of its truth. The violets and deep grays were replaced by a flat, garish yellow that made everything look two-dimensional and fake. I pulled myself tighter into the shadows of the truck's underbelly, molding my body against the fuel tanks until I was nothing more than a patch of darkness that the morning light couldn't quite reach. The truck eventually hissed to a stop at a sprawling distribution center on the edge of the industrial district. The air here was thick with the scent of rubber and stale coffee. I waited, my senses extended like invisible wires. I heard the driver's door creak open. I heard the heavy thud of his boots on the pavement. "Morning, Sal," a voice called out. A warehouse worker, his heartbeat a steady, boring rhythm of someone who had been awake too long. Morning, rough haul. Swear I felt the trailer dragging the whole way down the canyon, the driver replied, his voice muffled by the sound of a hydraulic lift. Wind, probably. It's been howling all night. I didn't wait for them to finish. I slipped from the underside of the trailer while the driver was busy unhooking the lines. I moved with a fluid, horizontal grace, staying low to the ground, a blur of gray motion that darted between the stacks of wooden pallets and shipping containers. I was a shadow among shadows. I found a gap between two corrugated metal buildings and pressed myself into the corner, waiting for the initial shock of the city to subside. The hunger was back, sharper now. In the woods, it had been a slow, gnawing ache. Here, surrounded by so much life, it was a screaming demand. Every person who walked past the alleyway, every driver in a car 20 yards away, sent a pulse of heat through the air that made my skin itch with a frantic, electric desire. I wanted to reach out and pluck the heat from their chests like ripe fruit, but I restrained myself. I wasn't the girl in the woods anymore, stumbling through the dark. I was a predator in a new territory, and I needed to understand the terrain. I looked at my hands. In the dim light of the alley, they looked even less human than they had in the basin. The skin was the color of a wet sidewalk, and my fingers had an extra joint, a subtle wrong length that made them look like the legs of a spider. I concentrated, thinking of the man I used to be. I thought of the way I used to stand, the way I used to hold my shoulders, the way I used to occupy space without the oily density of the watcher. It was an agonizing process. I felt my bones grind against one another, shortening and thickening. I felt my skin tight, pulling back over the sharp angles of my face. It was like trying to fit a gallon of water into a pint glass. I forced the darkness down, burying it deep in the marrow of my bones until I looked, at least at a glance, like a man in a gray hoodie. My face was still wrong, the eyes too dark, the mouth a fraction too wide, but in the city people don't look at faces. They look at phones, they look at the ground, they look through you. I stepped out of the alley and onto the sidewalk. The sensory assault was nearly enough to drive me back into the shadows. The sound of a bus braking blocks away felt like a physical blow to my ears. The smell of a nearby bakery was so intense it made my stomach coil in a phantom cramp. But I kept walking. I knew where I was going. My internal compass wasn't pointing north anymore. It was pointing toward a specific resonance, a frequency that matched my own. I was heading for the 12th floor. I moved through the morning crowds of the city center. It was a surreal experience. I was walking among them, my shoulder brushing against theirs, and they had no idea. I could see the flickering embers of their lives. The woman in the business suit worried about a presentation, her heart fluttering like a trapped moth. The teenager with headphones, his pulse a rhythmic, bass-heavy thrum. The elderly man sitting on a bench, his life force a dim, steady glow that was slowly cooling. I could have taken any of them. I could have reached out and ended their stories in a heartbeat. But I was looking for the one that had taken mine. I reached the apartment building by mid-morning. It stood tall and indifferent, a monolith of glass and steel. I stood across the street, looking up at the 12th floor. I could see the window, my window. The blinds were open. I felt a surge of cold fury. I had always kept those blinds closed. I had always been afraid of what might look in. And now, the thing inhabiting my life was flaunting its presence, inviting the world to see the hollow shell it had occupied. I didn't use the front door. I didn't want to risk the lobby cameras or the sensory scan of the elevator. Instead, I moved to the side of the building, into the narrow gap between it and the neighboring parking garage. I looked up the sheer face of the concrete. To a human, it was a vertical wall. To me, it was a ladder. I began to climb. My fingers found purchase in the microscopic pores of the concrete, my toes hooking into the decorative ledges of the window frames. I moved with a silent, insectoid speed, ascending floor by floor. I passed windows where people were eating breakfast, watching the news, or getting dressed for work. None of them looked out. None of them saw the gray shape silhouetted against the morning sky, moving upward like a climbing vine of shadow. I reached the 12th floor. I hooked my fingers over the ledge of my balcony and pulled myself up. I stood there for a moment, my back to the city, looking through the glass door into my own living room. Everything was exactly as I had left it, yet everything was wrong. The pile of mail on the counter was gone. The half-empty coffee mug I'd left in the sink was washed and put away. The air inside looked clean, sterile, and utterly devoid of the clutter of a living person. And then I saw him. He stepped into the living room. He was wearing my favorite blue sweater, the one with the hole in the elbow that I'd been meaning to fix. He was holding a book, his movements fluid and easy. He looked more like me than I had ever looked like myself. He looked rested. He looked confident. He looked like a man who had never spent a single night terrified of the dark. He sat down in my chair, the one by the window. He opened the book and began to read. I felt the hunger flare up, but it wasn't the hunger for heat. It was the hunger for identity. I wanted my sweater back. I wanted my chair back. I wanted the mundane, boring, terrifyingly safe life that this thing had stolen. I tapped on the glass. The thing in the chair didn't jump. It didn't startle. It slowly turned its head toward the balcony. It looked at me through the glass, and for a long moment we just stared at each other. It smiled. It was the same smile I had felt on my own face in the woods, the one that stretched the skin too thin, the one that revealed too many teeth. It wasn't a smile of greeting. It was a smile of recognition. It stood up, set the book down on the side table, and walked toward the balcony door. It moved with the same grace I now possessed, a predatory elegance hidden beneath the veneer of a normal man. It reached for the lock and slid the door open. The sound of the city flooded in, but it felt distant, as if we were standing in a pocket of vacuum. "You're back early," it said. Its voice was my voice, but perfected. It had the resonance I always wished I had, the clarity of a bell. "I expected you to stay in the basin for at least another season. The Uintas are beautiful this time of year, aren't they?" I stepped into the room, my body unfolding, the hoodie falling away as I let my true shape occupy the space. I loomed over the furniture, my head nearly touching the ceiling. "You took it," I rasped. My voice sounded like dry leaves skittering over a tombstone. "You took my life." The thing leaned against the doorframe, crossing its arms, my arms. "I didn't take anything. You gave it away the moment you looked into the dark and expected to see something. You invited the vacuum, Elias. I just filled it. I want it back." The thing laughed. It was a cold, hollow sound. Back to what? To the anxiety, to the fear of the window, to the 12 floors of isolation. You were already a ghost before you ever left for that hike. I'm doing a better job of being you than you ever did. It stepped closer, and I realized it wasn't afraid of me. Why would it be? We were the same currency, just at different points of the exchange. "Look at yourself," it said, gesturing to the mirror on the wall. I looked. I saw the towering gray monstrosity I had become. I saw the black pits of my eyes and the way my skin seemed to pulse with the stolen heat of the hiker. And then I looked at the thing standing next to me, the perfect, healthy, vibrant man. "You think you can just step back in," it whispered. "You think you can put on this skin and forget the taste of a heart stopping under your hand. You've tasted the void, Elias. You've been the sentry. You can't go back to being the sheep." "I'll kill you," I said, my fingers twitching, the nails extending. "You can try, but if you kill me, who will pay the rent? Who will call your mother on Sunday? Who will keep the illusion alive? If I die, Elias dies, and all that's left is the thing in the woods. Is that what you want? To be a legend that hikers tell stories about until some other poor soul looks too deep into the trees?" It reached out and touched the sleeve of my hoodie, which was draped over my distorted frame. "There is a reason Miller stays in the mountains. There is a reason we don't come back. The trade is final. You get the power, the eternity, the sight. We get the mundane. We get the sunlight. We get to be real until the next one comes along to claim the seat. I looked around the apartment. My books, my pictures, my life. It all felt like a stage set. It felt small. It felt suffocating. The heat of the city was pressing in on me, the millions of heartbeats outside creating a cacophony of desire that made my skin crawl. "I'm hungry," I whispered. The thing's smile widened. "I know. And there are so many people in this building, Elias. So many little lights tucked away in their concrete boxes, thinking they're safe because they locked their front doors." It stepped back, giving me the room. It pointed toward the hallway, toward the other apartments, toward the thousands of people living their lives in the surrounding towers. "You don't want my life," it said. "You want what I have. You want to feel real again, and I can help you with that. I can be your shepherd here just as Miller was yours in the woods. I'll keep the world looking at me so they never think to look for you." I felt the logic of it settling into my bones, a cold, dark certainty. The city wasn't a place to live anymore. It was a buffet. "What do you want?" I asked. The thing picked up the book again and sat back down in the chair. It looked out the window at the sprawling metropolis. "I just want to watch the sunset," it said, "and I want you to make sure no one interrupts me." I turned away from the window and looked at the door leading to the hallway. I could hear the heartbeat of the neighbor in 1204. She was a jogger. Her heart was strong, healthy, and fast. It was a bright, golden beacon in the gray of the hallway. I felt my jaw unhinge. I felt the itching in my skin reach a fever pitch. I didn't need the 12th floor. I needed the whole city. I stepped out into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind me. The carpet felt soft under my long, gray feet. The lights in the corridor flickered as I passed, the electricity reacting to the void I carried within me. I reached the door to 1204. I didn't knock. I didn't need to. I simply reached out and placed my hand on the wood, feeling the vibration of the life inside. "Hello," a voice called out from within. I didn't answer. I just waited for her to look through the peephole. I waited for the moment the light in her eyes would meet the darkness in mine. I opened my eyes, and finally the city opened its too. The peephole was a tiny, glass-bound circle of distorted reality. I could feel her on the other side, the heat of her breath fogging the interior lens, the frantic, mechanical click of the deadbolt as she hesitated. She was looking for a person, a delivery driver, a neighbor, a mistake. She wasn't prepared for the vacancy. When her eye finally aligned with the aperture, I didn't hide. I didn't pull back into the shadows of the alcove. I pressed my own eye against the metal, a wide, lidless void of ink that swallowed the light of the hallway. I felt the moment she saw. It wasn't a scream, not at first. It was a sharp, jagged intake of breath, the sound of a lung collapsing under the weight of sudden, absolute terror. Her heartbeat, once a steady, athletic thrum, shattered into a frantic, uneven staccato. It was beautiful. It was the sound of a glass vase hitting a marble floor. The door didn't stand a chance. I didn't use brute force. I used the weight of the vacuum. I leaned into the wood and the molecules seemed to give way, the hinges screaming as they were pulled from the frame not by strength, but by a gravitational necessity. I stepped into the apartment. The jogger, Sarah, her male had said, tripped backward, her sneakers skidding on the polished hardwood. She scrambled toward the kitchen, her hands clawing at the air as if trying to find a grip on a world that had suddenly turned to liquid. She reached for a knife block, her fingers trembling so violently she knocked the whole thing over, the blades clattering across the floor like silver fish. I didn't rush. I moved with the slow, deliberate grace of a tide coming in. My limbs felt long, impossibly elegant as I stepped over her coffee table. The apartment was filled with the scents of her life, peppermint tea, laundry detergent, the salt of her sweat. It was all so fragile. "Please," she choked out. The word was a pathetic, small thing. It had no power here. I reached out. My arm elongated, the joints popping with the sound of wet stone until my fingers, those gray, needle-thin protrusions, brushed the skin of her throat. She froze. The heat coming off her was intoxicating. It was a sun trapped in a cage of ribs. I could feel the electricity of her nervous system, the frantic firing of synapses trying to find a way out of a nightmare that had no exit. I didn't tear, I didn't bite, I simply drew. I felt the heat flow from her skin into mine. It wasn't like eating, it was like being filled with light. The gray of my skin deepened, the cold ache in my marrow receding as her warmth became my warmth. Her eyes, once wide and bright with panic, began to dull. The golden glow of her life force flickered, fading from a roar to a simmer, then to a spark. She slumped against the cabinets, her breath slowing until it was nothing more than a sigh. She wasn't dead, not yet. The Watchers didn't kill for the sake of killing. We harvested. We left the shells behind, hollowed out and quiet, to wander the world as echoes. She would wake up in an hour or a day, and she would find that the world felt gray. She would find that music sounded like static, that food tasted like ash, and that she could no longer remember the color of her mother's eyes. She would be a vacuum just like I had been. And eventually, something would find her to fill the space. I stood in her kitchen, vibrating with the stolen energy. For the first time since the Uintas, I felt solid. I felt heavy. I looked at the toaster, the refrigerator, the mundane objects of a human existence, and they didn't feel like stage props anymore. They felt like tools. I walked back out into the hallway. I didn't go back to my apartment. I didn't need the thing in the blue sweater. He was the anchor, the lie that kept the world from looking too closely at the 12th floor. I was the storm. I took the stairs. The elevator was too small, too contained. I wanted to feel the descent. With every floor I passed, I felt my senses expanding. I could hear the entire building now. I heard a baby crying on the 8th floor, a rhythmic, high-pitched pulse of pure, unrefined energy. I heard a couple arguing on the 5th, their heat clashing in jagged bursts of red and orange. I heard the hum of the transformer in the basement, a low-frequency growl that matched the vibration of my own new heart. By the time I reached the lobby, I was no longer the hunched, fearful creature that had crawled from the truck. I was upright. I was draped in the gray hoodie again, but it fit differently now. It didn't hide a monster, it contained a god. I walked out the front doors and into the midday sun. It didn't hurt anymore. The heat of the city, the smog, the friction, the millions of bodies, was no longer an assault. It was a buffet. I walked down Main Street, my eyes hidden behind the shadow of my hood. I passed a businessman hailed a cab. I brushed his shoulder, and in that split second of contact, I took a sliver of his ambition, leaving him standing on the curb wondering why he was going to the meeting at all. I passed a group of tourists taking a photo of the temple. I breathed in the air they exhaled, catching the sweet, fleeting notes of their wonder, leaving them feeling suddenly homesick and tired. I was a ghost in the machine, a virus in the software of the city. I found myself drawn toward the park, a green lung in the center of the concrete. It was filled with people seeking the sun, lying on the grass, playing with dogs, oblivious to the fact that the shadows under the trees were growing longer than the sun should allow. I sat on a bench near a fountain. The sound of the water was a constant, soothing white noise. Across from me, an old man was feeding pigeons. His light was very dim, a pale, flickering violet. He was close to the end anyway. I watched him, wondering if I should be merciful and take the rest, or if I should let him keep his final embers. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? The voice was quiet, melodic, and entirely too close. I didn't turn my head. I didn't need to. I could feel the coldness beside me, a familiar, oily density that matched my own but felt older, more settled. I looked out of the corner of my eye. Sitting on the bench next to me was a woman. She looked to be in her 30s, wearing a sharp, charcoal-colored suit and holding a leather briefcase. She looked like a lawyer or an executive, but her eyes were wrong. They were the same black pits I saw in the mirror. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice still a rasp but stronger now, tempered by the jogger's heat. I'm the one who handles the logistics, she said, her gaze fixed on the fountain. Your Elia's right, the one from the High Uintas. Miller sent word you were coming. He said you were. Enthusiastic. Miller is a hermit, I said. He stays in the dirt. Miller is a guardian, she corrected gently. He keeps the borders, but the borders are shifting, Elias. The wild places are shrinking and the vacuum is moving into the light. We have to adapt. We have to manage the harvest. She turned to look at me then, and for a second, the mask of the professional woman slipped. I saw the rows of teeth, the extra joints in her fingers as she gripped her briefcase. You can't just walk down Main Street taking whatever you want, she said. If you drain too many too fast, the city notices. They start calling it a mental health crisis or a viral outbreak. They start looking into the shadows with flashlights and cameras, and we don't want that. We want them quiet. We want them complacent. I'm hungry, I repeated. The word felt like a physical weight in my chest. I know we all are, but there's a system. She reached into her briefcase and pulled out a manila folder. She handed it to me. This is your territory, the industrial district, the shelter on 4th, and the transit hubs. High turnover, low visibility. People there are already half empty. No one notices when they go completely hollow. You can feed there as much as you need, provided you stay within the quotas. I opened the folder. It contained maps, names, and schedules. It was a ledger of souls. Why are you helping me? I asked. Because if you burn this city down, we all lose our pantry, she said, standing up. She smoothed her skirt, the movement perfectly human, perfectly deceptive. Welcome to the board, Elias. You'll find that being a monster in the city is much more complicated than being one in the woods. There are rules here, and there are others, things that have been here much longer than us, things that don't like new neighbors. She began to walk away, blending into the crowd of office workers heading back from lunch. What about the thing in my apartment? I called out. She paused, looking back over her shoulder. That's your representative. Treat him well. He's your link to the world of men. As long as he's there, you exist. If he dies, you become a myth, and myths are very easy to hunt. She disappeared into the throng. I looked down at the folder in my hands. The paper felt strange, too thin, too fragile. I looked at the old man feeding the pigeons. He was looking at me now, his brow furrowed in confusion. He sensed something was wrong, but his brain was trying to rationalize it, trying to turn me back into a young man in a hoodie. I stood up. I didn't take his light. I had a territory now. I had a job. I walked toward the industrial district, the hunger a steady, manageable hum in my blood. The sun was beginning to dip toward the Great Salt Lake, casting long, distorted shadows across the pavement. I watched my own shadow. It was 30 feet long, a thin, jagged needle that pierced the heart of the city. I wasn't a hiker anymore. I wasn't a man. I was a shareholder in the darkness. As I reached the edge of the warehouse district, I saw a transit bus pulling up to a stop. A dozen people stepped off, tired, overworked, their lights dimmed by the grind of the day. They were perfect. I stepped into the shadow of a brick wall, feeling my body begin to stretch, the hoodie straining against my true form. I felt the vibration of the city beneath my feet, the subways, the sewers, the millions of tiny, flickering heartbeats. I opened my mouth, and the air rushed in, cold and hungry. Nature abhors a vacuum, and I was going to make sure this city was very, very empty. I moved into the first warehouse, a cavernous space filled with the scent of ozone and old grease. There was a night watchman sitting in a small, glass-walled booth near the back. He was reading a newspaper, a small space heater humming at his feet. His light was a warm, steady amber. I didn't sneak. I didn't need to. I walked right up to the glass. He looked up, his eyes widening as they struggled to process the height, the color, the sheer wrongness of what was standing in front of him. He reached for his radio, but his fingers were slow, heavy with the sudden cold that filled the room. I pressed my hand against the glass. It didn't break, it simply ceased to be an obstacle. "Don't worry," I whispered, my voice echoing in the vast, empty space of the warehouse. "I'm just filling the space." As I drew the first breath of his life force, I felt a connection, not just to him, but to the city itself. I could feel the watchers on the ridges of the Uintas, looking down at the lights of the valley. I could feel the woman in the charcoal suit sitting in a boardroom 3 miles away. I could feel Miller, deep in his cave, listening to the roots grow. We were a web, a dark, invisible network stretched over the world, waiting for the light to fail. The watchman slumped in his chair, the newspaper slipping from his hands. I felt the amber glow settle into my chest, a warm coal that warded off the chill of the concrete. I felt strong. I felt real. But as I turned to leave, I saw something in the corner of the warehouse. It was a shadow, but it wasn't my shadow. It was smaller, more compact, and it was moving independently of the light. It was crouched atop a stack of shipping containers, watching me with eyes that weren't black pits, but bright, burning points of silver. It wasn't a watcher, it wasn't a human. It let out a low, metallic hiss, the sound of a blade being drawn across a whetstone. The woman in the suit had been right. There were other things in the city, and they didn't like new neighbors. I straightened my back, my claws extending, the stolen heat in my blood flaring up in a defiant roar. I had survived the high Uintas. I had survived the vacuum. I wasn't going to let some city-dwelling scavenger take what I had worked so hard to become. "This is my territory," I rasped, the words shaking the glass of the watchman's booth. The silver-eyed thing leaped from the containers, its body a blur of chrome and shadow. I opened my eyes, and for the first time I felt the thrill of the hunt. The city was no longer just a buffet. It was a battlefield, and I was very, very hungry. The silver-eyed thing didn't land like a living creature. It hit the concrete with the heavy, ringing thud of a lead pipe wrapped in velvet. It was smaller than me, compact and coiled, its limbs shimmering with a strange, oily iridescence that defied the dull shadows of the warehouse. It didn't have the elongated, skeletal grace of the watchers. It looked like something built rather than something grown, a jagged collection of predatory angles stitched together with spite. It didn't wait for a formal introduction. It moved with a sickening, twitching speed, a series of frames missing from a film reel. One moment it was 20 feet away. The next, it was a blur of silver light and searing pain. It struck me across the chest, its claws, if they were claws, feeling like heated wires cutting through the stolen warmth I had just harvested from the watchman. I roared, a sound that wasn't human and wasn't animal. It was the sound of a cave collapsing. I swung a long, gray arm, catching the creature in its midsection. It felt cold, colder than the mountain wind and hard as forged iron. It flew backward, crashing into a stack of wooden pallets, splintering them into toothpicks. I didn't give it time to recover. The hunger in me, stoked by the watchman's amber life force, turned into a predatory heat. I leapt, my joints popping and stretching, covering the distance in a single, gravity-defying bound. I pinned it against the brick wall, my needle-thin fingers digging into its shimmering shoulders. Up close it was even more grotesque. It had no nose, no ears, just those burning silver points of light, and a horizontal slit for a mouth that leaked a pale, phosphorescent fluid. It smelled like burnt hair and ozone. "What are you?" I hissed, my face inches from its void. The thing's mouth split open, revealing rows of teeth that looked like broken glass. "Scrap," it rasped, its voice a discordant layering of 1,000 radio frequencies. "Leftovers, the things you didn't finish, the things the city forgot." It kicked out, its feet tipped with wicked, serrated spurs that caught me in the thigh. I felt my essence, the gray, smoky matter of my form, leak out like steam. I snarled and slammed its head against the brick once, twice, until the wall cracked. The silver eyes flickered, the light in them dimming. I realized then that it wasn't trying to kill me to protect its territory. It was trying to eat me. It was a scavenger, a bottom feeder of the supernatural world, drawn to the raw, unrefined power I had brought down from the mountains. I was a feast of high-altitude vacuum, and it was starving. With a surge of primal revulsion, I didn't just strike it, I reached into it. I mimicked the way I had drained the jogger and the watchman, but instead of pulling warmth, I pulled at the very structure of the creature. I wanted to unmake it. The sensation was revolting. It tasted like rusted metal and stagnant sewer water. It fought back, its static-filled voice screaming in my mind, a cacophony of urban misery, the sound of car crashes, the hum of fluorescent lights, the lonely weeping of a million apartments. It tried to drown me in the city's dregs. But I was the mountain. I was the silence of the pines and the crushing weight of the deep earth. I held on, my grip tightening until the creature's silver frame began to buckle and fold. It let out one final, high-pitched whistle, and then it simply dissolved. It didn't leave a body. It turned into a pile of fine, gray ash and a handful of discarded copper wire. The silver light vanished, leaving me alone in the dark warehouse with the sound of my own ragged, whistling breath. I stood up, my body aching. The wound in my chest was closing, the gray matter knitting back together, but the stolen heat of the watchman was gone, burned up in the fight. I felt hollow again, empty. I looked at the watchman. He was still in his booth, slumped over, his breathing shallow and thready. He was a husk now, a shell that would eventually drift back into the world, unnoticed and unremembered. I felt a flicker of something, guilt. No, it was more like the memory of guilt, a distant echo from a life where I still had a name and a heartbeat. I left the warehouse, slipping back out into the night. The city felt different now. The woman in the charcoal suit had warned me, but I hadn't truly understood. The urban landscape wasn't just a buffet, it was an ecosystem. There were predators above me like her and the management, and there were parasites below me, like the silver-eyed thing. I was somewhere in the middle, a new apex predator trying to find his place in a hierarchy of shadows. I walked for hours, avoiding the main thoroughfares where the police cruisers cruised like white and blue sharks. I stuck to the alleys, the loading docks, the places where the city's infrastructure was exposed and raw. I fed sparingly, a sliver of exhaustion from a homeless man sleeping under a bridge, a burst of frantic anxiety from a drug dealer waiting for a ghost of a client. Each taste added a layer of solidity to my frame, a new texture to the gray. By the time the sun began to hint at the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and orange, I found myself back at the apartment complex. I took the stairs again, my long feet silent on the concrete. When I reached the 12th floor, the hallway felt strangely domestic. The smell of burnt toast drifted from 1208. A radio was playing soft jazz in 1202. It was a facade, a thin skin of normalcy stretched over an abyss. I stopped in front of 1204, the jogger's apartment. The door had been replaced. It was a cheap hollow-core thing looking out of place against the original frame. I could hear her inside. She wasn't jogging. She was sitting on the floor, the sound of her breathing slow and heavy like a clock winding down. She was staring at the wall, I knew. She was waiting for a feeling that would never come back. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of hunger, but it wasn't for her life force. It was for the book. I wanted to see the thing in the blue sweater. I wanted to see if it was still watching the sunset. I pushed open the door to 1201. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. The thing was still in the chair, but the book was closed on its lap. It didn't turn around when I entered. "You're late," it said. Its voice was smoother now, less like a recording and more like a person. "The sun has been gone for hours." "I had an encounter," I said, my voice a low rumble. I walked over to the window and looked out at the city. The lights were twinkling like a fallen galaxy. A scavenger, silver eyes, it tried to eat me. The thing in the sweater let out a soft, dry chuckle. A scrap eater, they're common enough. They live on the fringes of the harvest. They're annoying but harmless if you don't let them get a grip on your marrow. It stood up and turned to face me. The face was still mine, the same nose, the same jawline, but the eyes were no longer pits. They were a dull, flat brown. They looked human. "You've been busy," it said, gesturing to my chest. "You've grown. You're starting to look less like a ghost and more like a resident." "I have a territory," I said, showing it the folder. The thing took the folder, flipped through the pages, and nodded. "The industrial district, a good start. Low stakes, high yield. It'll give you time to learn the rhythm. But don't get comfortable, Elias. The city is a hungry thing itself. It doesn't like to be cheated." It handed the folder back and walked toward the small kitchen. It opened the refrigerator and pulled out a carton of milk. It poured a glass and drank it. The sight was absurd, a creature of the void performing the most mundane of human rituals. "Why do you do that?" I asked. "You don't need to eat." "I need to be asterisk," it replied, wiping its mouth with the back of its hand. "The more I act like a man, the more the world believes I am one. And as long as the world believes I am Elias Thorne, you have a place to hide. I am the anchor. I am the lie that allows the truth of you to exist." It looked at me, and for a second I saw a flicker of something in those brown eyes, a weariness that went back centuries. "We are a partnership," it continued. "I provide the presence, you provide the power. You are the engine, I am the driver. Together we survive. Apart, well, you saw what happens to those who have no anchor. They become scrap eaters. They become the things that haunt the sewers and the shadows under the bridges, forgotten by both the light and the dark." I looked at the glass of milk on the counter. "What do I do now?" "Now you rest," it said. "The sun is coming up. The world of men is about to wake up, and they don't like to see the machinery. Go to the bedroom. There's a space for you in the closet. It's dark, it's quiet, and it's yours." I walked into the bedroom. It was sparse. A bed with a gray comforter, a dresser, a nightstand with a lamp. It looked like a hotel room. I opened the closet door. Inside, it was a cavern of absolute blackness. It felt like the mountain. It felt like home. I stepped inside and pulled the door shut. The darkness was a physical weight, a cool blanket that pressed against my tired, gray skin. I felt the tension of the night begin to drain away. I could hear the city waking up, the distant roar of the freeway, the clatter of the garbage trucks, the chirping of the morning news on a neighbor's television. It was all so far away. I closed my eyes. But as I drifted into the cold, dreamless sleep of my kind, I felt a strange sensation. It was a tugging, a thin, invisible thread that connected me to something outside the closet, outside the apartment, outside the city. It was the mountain. The high Uintas were calling, not with words but with a vibration, a low-frequency thrum that echoed in my bones. It was Miller, or something else. Something that was still in the woods, something that hadn't been invited to the city. It was a warning. I tried to push it away, to bury myself in the stolen warmth of the watchman and the jogger, but the vibration persisted. It was a reminder that I wasn't just a shareholder in the darkness. I was a fugitive. I had opened my eyes in the woods, and I had opened them in the city. But the world was much larger than the 12th floor and the industrial district, and the things that lived in the deepest shadows were beginning to notice that one of their own had gone into the light. I fell asleep with the sound of the wind through the pines echoing in my ears, even as the sun began to bake the concrete of the city above me. The harvest had begun, but so had the reckoning. When I woke, the apartment was silent. The sun was on the other side of the building now, casting long, golden fingers through the living room window. I stepped out of the closet, my body feeling stiff and heavy. The thing in the blue sweater was gone. I walked into the living room. The book was back on the side table. The glass of milk was gone, the counter wiped clean. It was as if I was the only thing that had ever been there. I looked out the window. The city was in the middle of its afternoon rush. Thousands of people, thousands of lights, thousands of little fires burning in the gray. I felt the hunger return, sharper and more demanding than before. The stolen warmth was fading. leaving behind the familiar, hollow ache. I needed to feed. I picked up the folder and looked at the maps. The transit hub on 4th South. High turnover, low visibility. I pulled the hoodie over my head, the fabric feeling like a second skin. I checked the mirror. I was a shadow. I was a smudge on the lens of reality. I walked out the door, the lock clicking behind me. As I waited for the elevator, the door to 1204 opened. It was the jogger, Sarah. She was dressed in her running gear, but she wasn't moving with her usual athletic grace. She was shuffling, her shoulders slumped, her head down. She looked like she was walking through water. She stopped when she saw me. She didn't look up, but I could feel her presence, a cold, stagnant pool where a sun used to be. "Have we met?" she asked, her voice thin and toneless. "I'm new to the building," I said, my voice a perfect imitation of the thing in the blue sweater. She nodded slowly, as if the movement required a great deal of effort. "Everything feels new today," she whispered. "Everything feels strange." She stepped into the elevator with me. We stood in silence as the car descended. The air in the small space was thick with the scent of her emptiness. It was a vacuum I had created, and it was trying to pull me in. When the doors opened at the lobby, she didn't move. "Are you coming?" I asked. She looked up then, and for a split second our eyes met. She didn't see the void. She didn't see the monster. She saw a young man in a gray hoodie, someone who looked just as lost and hollow as she felt. "I don't think I can go out there," she said, her lip trembling. "It's too bright, it's too loud." "It gets easier," I lied. I stepped out into the lobby, leaving her in the elevator. As the doors closed, I felt a surge of something. Not hunger, not guilt, but a cold, dark satisfaction. I was the shepherd, and the flock was growing. I walked out into the afternoon sun, my shadow stretching out before me like a promise. The city was waiting, and I was ready to eat. The transit hub on 4th South was a cathedral of transition, a place where the air was thick with the exhaust of diesel buses and the frantic, buzzing energy of people who were always behind schedule. It was a perfect hunting ground. Here, the harvest wasn't about the deep, soul-shattering drain I had inflicted on the jogger. It was about the small, unnoticeable sips. I moved through the crowds like a ghost in a machine, a smudge of gray in the periphery of 1,000 hurried eyes. I stood near the ticket kiosks, leaning against a pillar of cold marble. I let my senses expand, feeling the psychic topography of the station. It was a jagged landscape of minor miseries. I felt the sharp, metallic tang of a businessman's anxiety as he checked his watch for the 10th time. I felt the low, rhythmic throb of a student's exhaustion, her head nodding over a textbook. I reached out, not with my hands, but with that new, invisible part of myself, and I pulled. It was like breathing. I inhaled a sliver of the businessman's stress, and I felt a tiny spark of heat settle in my gut. I took a mouthful of the student's fatigue, and my own limbs felt a little more solid, a little more anchored to the floor. No one noticed. The businessman just felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of calm that made him frown in confusion. The student's head snapped up, her eyes wide as if she'd just been splashed with cold water. I was learning the economy of the city. To take everything was to create a vacuum that drew attention, the kind of attention that brought the management or the scrap eaters. But to take a little from everyone, that was just the friction of urban life. I was the tax the city paid for its own chaos. As the sun dipped below the skyline, casting the interior of the hub into a murky, artificial twilight, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. The frantic energy of the afternoon rush began to sour, turning into the heavy, suspicious tension of the night. The commuters were replaced by the night shift workers, the drifters, and the things that only came out when the sky turned the color of a bruise. I saw him near the entrance to the light rail, a man in a tattered army jacket, sitting on a bench with a plastic bag of aluminum cans at his feet. But he wasn't just a man. To my eyes, he was surrounded by a faint, flickering aura of sickly green light. It wasn't the warmth of a living soul. It was the phosphorescence of decay. He looked up as I approached, and his eyes weren't eyes at all. They were twin pools of stagnant water, reflecting a sky that wasn't there. "You're fresh," he wheezed, the sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Still smell like the pine needles and the high air. You won't smell like that for long. The soot gets into everything." I stopped a few feet away, my claws itching beneath the fabric of my pockets. "Who are you?" "A ghost who forgot how to die," he said, a jagged grin revealing teeth that looked like yellowed bone. "Just like you'll be once the woman in the suit finishes with you. She likes the mountain types. They have more texture." "You know her?" I asked, my voice dropping to a rasp that made a passing traveler shiver and quicken their pace. "Everyone knows the adjuster," the man said, spitting a glob of green phlegm onto the tiles. "She keeps the books. She makes sure the shadows don't overlap. But you're an anomaly, aren't you? A wild thing brought into a cage." He stood up, his joints creaking with a sound that reminded me of the trees in the Uintas breaking under the weight of the snow. He leaned in close, and the smell of him was overwhelming, the scent of wet earth and ancient, forgotten basements. "Don't just eat the crumbs, little wolf," he whispered, his green-tinged breath cold against my face. "The big kills are in the heights, the skyscrapers. That's where the real heat is. The boardrooms, the penthouses, people who think they own the world. Their souls are thick and sweet like honeyed fat." He turned and began to shuffle away, his bag of cans clinking with a rhythmic funeral toll. "Why are you telling me this?" I called out. He stopped but didn't turn around. "Because I want to see what happens when the mountain tries to swallow the tower. It's been so long since anything interesting happened in this graveyard." He vanished into the crowd, his green aura swallowed by the neon glare of a nearby vending machine. I stood there for a long time, the stolen energy of the commuters churning in my stomach. The hunger was satiated for now, but a new kind of craving was taking root, a desire for more than just survival. I wanted to understand the hierarchy. I wanted to know what the adjuster was hiding. I left the transit hub and began to walk toward the center of the city, where the buildings reached up like jagged teeth to scrape the belly of the clouds. The air grew thinner here, not because of altitude, but because of the sheer density of the steel and glass. This was the heart of the machine. I found myself standing in front of the Zenith building, a spire of black glass that seemed to absorb the light of the street lamps rather than reflect it. It was 70 stories of concentrated power. I could feel the heat radiating from it, not physical heat, but the roaring, white-hot bonfire of ambition, greed, and secrets. It was a feast that could last a century. But as I approached the revolving doors, I felt a sudden, sharp sting in the back of my neck. It was the same vibration I'd felt in the closet, the thrum of the mountain. I turned, expecting to see the silver-eyed scavenger or the man in the army jacket. Instead, I saw a dog. It was a large, black mastiff, sitting perfectly still on the sidewalk across the street. Its eyes weren't glowing, and it didn't have an aura of decay. It looked like a normal animal, except for its stillness. It was watching me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. And then it spoke, not with a voice, but with a thought that slammed into my mind like a falling rock. "You are far from the den, Elias Thorne." The name sent a jolt of electricity through my gray matter. Elias Thorne, the name the thing in the sweater used, the name I used to have. I crossed the street, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. The dog didn't move as I approached. It didn't growl. It didn't wag its tail. It just waited. "What are you?" I asked, my voice shaking the glass of a nearby shop window. The dog tilted its head. "I am a messenger, from the things that do not have names, the things that were here before the city was a dream in a dead man's head." "The Watchers," I hissed. "The Watchers are children playing in the dirt," the thought voice replied, a tone of immense, ancient boredom vibrating in my skull. "We are the earth that holds the dirt. You were not supposed to leave the mountain. You were a mistake. a piece of the void that caught a human shape. "I survived," I said, my claws extending, tearing through the pockets of my hoodie. "I am real." "You are a parasite," the dog thought, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something in its dark eyes, a flash of the same silver light I'd seen in the scavenger, but deeper, more concentrated. "The adjuster thinks she can use you. She thinks she can domesticate the vacuum, but the vacuum only knows how to grow." The dog stood up, stretching its heavy limbs. "Go ahead, climb the tower, eat the honeyed fat, but remember, Elias, the higher you climb, the further you have to fall when the mountain comes to claim its own." Without another word or thought, the dog turned and trotted into the shadows of an alley. I followed, my predatory instincts screaming, but when I reached the mouth of the alley, it was empty, not even a footprint in the grime. I stood in the cold wind, the lights of the Zenith building looming over me. The warning from the mountain and the temptation from the ghost man were warring in my chest. I felt like a tetherball, being kicked back and forth between two worlds, neither of which truly wanted me. I looked up at the black glass of the skyscraper. If I stayed in the alleys, I would eventually become a scrap eater, a bottom feeder living on the dregs of the city. If I went back to the mountain, I would be unmade, absorbed back into the silence of the pines. But there was a third way, the adjuster's way, the way of the predator who wore a suit. I walked back to the Zenith building. I didn't go through the revolving doors. I looked at the side of the building, the sheer vertical face of black glass. To a human, it was an impossible wall. To me, it was a ladder. I reached out and pressed my fingers against the glass. My needle-thin tips found the microscopic imperfections in the surface, the tiny grooves and pores that the human eye couldn't see. I pulled myself up. I climbed with a sickening, arachnid grace. My gray body blended into the shadows of the building's architecture, a blur of movement that would look like nothing more than a passing cloud to anyone watching from below. I moved past the 20th floor, the 30th, the 40th. Through the glass, I saw the world of the honeyed fat. I saw offices where people sat under fluorescent lights, their lives leaking out in slow, steady drips of boredom and resentment. I saw janitors pushing carts through empty hallways, their silhouettes slumped with the weight of invisible burdens. I reached the 65th floor and stopped. Behind the glass was a large, opulent boardroom. A long table of polished mahogany stretched across the room, surrounded by leather chairs. At the far end, a man was standing by a floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the city. He was holding a glass of amber liquid, real heat, real life, and his aura was a blinding, golden roar. It was more power than I had seen in 100 commuters. I felt the hunger flare up, a white-hot coal in my chest that drowned out the warnings of the dog and the mountain. This was what I was meant for. This was the harvest. I didn't break the glass. I didn't need to. I remembered the sensation of the vacuum, the way I had slipped through the cracks of reality in the high Uintas. I pressed my forehead against the window and let my form go soft. I let myself become the gray smoke, the static between the stations. I poured myself through the molecules of the glass, a cold, whistling wind that entered the room with a sigh. The man didn't turn around. He didn't seem to notice the sudden drop in temperature or the way the lights flickered and dimmed. "I was wondering when she'd send you," the man said. His voice was deep, resonant, and filled with a terrifying confidence. "The adjuster mentioned she had a new associate in the industrial district. She didn't mention you were a climber." He turned around then, and my breath, if I had needed to breathe, would have caught in my throat. He wasn't a victim. His eyes were the same charcoal gray as the woman's suit, and his skin had a subtle, metallic sheen. He looked human, but his presence was so heavy it felt like the gravity in the room had doubled. He wasn't just a predator, he was the owner of the forest. "Sit down, Elias," he said, gesturing to one of the leather chairs. "We have much to discuss, and put those claws away. We don't use cutlery in this room unless we intend to eat the whole meal." I slowly solidified, my feet touching the thick, plush carpet. I felt small in this room, smaller than I had felt in the warehouse or the elevator. This man didn't look like me, but he felt like the source of the static. "Who are you?" I rasped, my voice sounding like breaking glass in the quiet office. "I'm the chairman," he said, taking a sip of his drink. "And this city is my territory. The adjuster works for me, and since you've been feeding on my property, I suppose that means you work for me too." He walked toward me, his movements slow and deliberate. He didn't look at me with fear or disgust. He looked at me with the clinical interest of a scientist examining a new specimen. "You're a raw thing," he mused, circling me. "Untrained, unrefined. You still have the smell of the mountain on you. It's charming in a primitive sort of way. But if you want to stay in my city, you're going to have to learn the rules of the house." He stopped in front of me and held out his glass. "Do you know what this is?" "Whiskey," I said. "To a human, yes," he said. "But to us, it's a vessel. It holds the distilled essence of 1,000 moments of triumph. The man who made this bottle believed he was the king of the world. I'm drinking his pride." He poured a small amount of the liquid onto the carpet. Where it hit the fabric, the fibers didn't just get wet. They began to glow with a soft, golden light. "The harvest isn't just about survival, Elias," the chairman said, his eyes locking onto mine. "It's about control. The people in this city are cattle, yes, but they are also the fuel for something much larger. We don't just eat them. We manage them. We keep them productive. We keep them afraid just enough to stay sharp, but not so afraid that they stop working." He leaned in, his face inches from mine. "The scrap eaters are the ones who failed. They let the hunger take over. They became beasts. Is that what you want to be? A beast in an alley?" "No," I whispered. "Good," the chairman said, a cold smile spreading across his face. "Then you will do a job for me, a demonstration of your unique talents." He walked back to his desk and picked up a black envelope. He held it out to me. "There is a man," he said, "a senator. He's becoming too loud. He started asking questions about the disappearances in the lower districts. He's trying to shine a light into the places where we live." "You want me to kill him?" I asked. "No," the chairman hissed, his eyes flashing with a sudden, violent intensity. "Killing is messy. Killing creates martyrs. I want you to go to him. I want you to take his hope. I want you to reach into him and pull out every spark of ambition, every ounce of courage, until he is nothing but a hollow shell who can't even remember his own name. I want him to be a warning to anyone else who thinks they can look into the dark." I took the envelope. It felt cold, colder than the creature with the silver eyes. "And if I refuse?" The chairman laughed, a sound that was devoid of any humor. "Then I will give you back to the mountain. And believe me, Elias, the things waiting for you in those woods are much less patient than I am." I looked at the envelope, then at the man who claimed to own the city. I felt the thread to the mountain tugging at my soul, and I felt the hunger in my gut screaming for the golden heat of the senator's life. I was no longer just a survivor. I was a weapon. I turned and walked toward the window, my form already beginning to blur into the gray smoke. "One more thing," the chairman called out as I reached the glass. I stopped. "The dog you met on the street, don't listen to it. It's an old ghost with a grudge. It doesn't understand that the world has changed. The mountain is a memory, Elias. The city is the future." I didn't reply. I slipped through the glass and began the long crawl down the side of the building. The air was cold, the city was vast, and the hunger was growing. I had a name, I had a territory, and now I had a mission. I opened my eyes, and for the first time I felt the weight of the chains. The harvest was no longer just about food. It was about politics, and I was the newest player in a game that had been going on since the first fire was lit in a cave. I hit the pavement and vanished into the night, a gray shadow in a world of neon lies. The senator was waiting, and I was very, very hungry. The senator lived in a colonial-style mansion in the Heights, a neighborhood where the trees were manicured to look like sculptures, and the streetlights cast a soft, expensive glow that didn't flicker. It was a world away from the transit hub and the grease-slicked alleys of the industrial district. Here, the air tasted of cedar mulch and high-end security systems. I moved through the manicured hedges like a patch of fog, my body flickering between solid and shadow. The chairman's envelope was tucked against my chest, though I didn't need to open it to know the target. I could feel the senator's heat from the sidewalk. It wasn't the jagged, frantic heat of the businessman or the hollow, aching cold of the ghost man. It was a sturdy, resonant vibration, a man who believed he was doing something righteous. It was the taste of iron and sun-warmed stone. It was the most delicious thing I had ever smelled. I scaled the brickwork of the east wing, my claws finding purchase in the mortar. I didn't use the windows this time. I found a ventilation grate on the roof and let myself dissolve, pouring my essence through the narrow slats like spilled ink. The interior of the house was silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock in the foyer. I drifted through the vents, following the scent of that iron-wrought resolve. I found him in a private study on the second floor. Senator Julian Vane was older than I expected, his hair a shock of white against a face lined by decades of public service. He was hunched over a mahogany desk strewn with photographs, grainy images of the very alleys I had just climbed out of. There were pictures of the missing, the ones the city had swallowed. There was even a blurred shot of the Zenith building, circled in aggressive red ink. He was a man holding a candle against a hurricane. I materialized in the corner of the room, the shadows stretching out from my feet to swallow the light of his desk lamp. The temperature plummeted. The senator didn't scream. He didn't even jump. He simply froze, his pen hovering over a legal pad as the frost began to bloom across the surface of his water glass. "I told them they'd send someone," Vane whispered, his voice steady despite the visible tremor in his hand. He didn't look at me yet. He looked at the window, at his own reflection. "I just didn't think you'd look so empty." I stepped forward, the floorboards silent beneath my weightless feet. "You are looking for things that do not want to be found," I said, the words vibrating in the air like a swarm of bees. Vane finally turned his head. His eyes were a piercing blue, filled with a terrifying clarity. "I'm looking for people, son. People who had families. People who were taken by something that doesn't show up on a police scanner." He looked me up and down, his gaze lingering on my gray, translucent skin and the way my limbs seemed to taper into nothingness. "What did they do to you? Did the chairman buy your soul, or did he just rent the space where it used to be?" The mention of the chairman made my hunger flare. It was a command, a Pavlovian response triggered by the name of my new master. I reached out, my fingers elongating, the tips glowing with a faint, hungry violet light. "I am not here to talk," I rasped. "No, you're here to take," Vane said, and to my horror he stood up and walked toward me. He didn't cower. He approached me with the same measured stride he probably used on the Senate floor. "But you should know something about Hope, Elias. That is your name, isn't it? I've seen the files. Elias Thorne, missing from the Uintas, declared dead 3 months ago." Hearing my name again felt like a physical blow. It anchored me to the floor, making my form too solid, too heavy. "Elias Thorne is dead," I growled, my voice dropping an octave into a bestial snarl. "Maybe," Vane said, stopping just a foot away. The heat coming off him was blinding. It wasn't just ambition. It was a deep, ancestral love for his city. It was the kind of heat that could burn a creature like me to ash if I wasn't careful. But if you're going to take what's inside me, you're going to have to look at what I'm holding. You're going to have to see the faces of the people you're helping them erase." He held up a photograph. It was a young girl, perhaps 7 years old, with pigtails and a gap-toothed grin. "This is Sarah," Vane said. "She disappeared from a park 3 blocks from the Zenith building. No struggle, no witnesses, just gone, like she was erased from the ledger." I felt a twitch in my phantom heart. A memory that wasn't mine, or maybe it was flickered in my mind. A girl in a yellow raincoat, the smell of wet pine, the sound of a mother calling a name into the fog. "Don't listen to the meat," asterisk a voice hissed in the back of my skull. It wasn't the chairman. It was the part of me that belonged to the mountain, the void that had filled the hole where Elia's thorn used to be. "Eat. The heat is waiting. The honeyed fat. Take it and be strong." I lunged. I didn't use my claws. I used the vacuum. I wrapped my arms around the senator, my body becoming a shroud of gray smoke that enveloped him. I pressed my face against his chest and pulled. It was like drinking liquid gold. The first surge was his courage. It tasted like cold mountain water and iron. I felt it fill my veins, pushing out the gray lethargy, making me feel more alive than I had since I woke up in that basement. I saw his memories, the day he was sworn in, the face of his wife, the feeling of standing on a stage and believing he could change the world. I drank it all. I felt Vane's body go limp in my arms. The heat began to fade, turning into a dull, leaden cold. His aura, once a roaring bonfire, flickered and shrank until it was nothing more than a dying ember. But as I pulled the last of his resolve away, something happened that the chairman hadn't warned me about. The connection went both ways. As I consumed his hope, his grief poured into me. I felt the crushing weight of his failure. I felt the faces of the missing, hundreds of them, burning into my retinas. They weren't just statistics to him. They were a debt he couldn't pay. And now, that debt was mine. I saw the adjuster, not as the woman in the gray suit, but as a spider sitting at the center of a web that spanned the entire city. I saw the chairman, his black glass tower acting as a siphon, drawing the life force out of the streets and channeling it into something dark and hungry beneath the foundations of the city. The city wasn't a machine, it was a stomach, and the chairman was just the mouth. I broke the connection, shoving Vane away. He slumped into his chair, his eyes wide and vacant, staring at the photograph of the girl with pigtails. He didn't recognize her anymore. He didn't recognize anything. He was a hollowed-out husk, exactly what the chairman had asked for. I stood in the center of the room, vibrating with stolen power. I felt godlike. I felt like I could tear the roof off the house and fly into the moon. But beneath the power, there was a rot. The grief I had taken was curdling, turning the golden heat into a sickly, poisonous green, the same color as the ghost man's aura. I looked at my hands. They were no longer gray. They were stained with a shimmering, oily light that wouldn't wash off. I had done the job. I had taken the honeyed fat. But I didn't feel like a predator. I felt like a trash can. I left the mansion through the window, dropping to the grass and running. I didn't head back to the Zenith building. I couldn't face the chairman, not with the senator's screams of silent despair still echoing in my head. I ran until the manicured lawns turned back into cracked pavement, until the smell of cedar was replaced by the stench of exhaust and old rain. I found myself back in the industrial district, standing in the shadow of a rusted water tower. "You look like you've swallowed a sun," a voice rasping from the shadows said. It was the man in the army jacket. He was sitting on a crate, his bag of cans clinking as he shifted. The green light around him seemed brighter now, or maybe I was just more tuned to it. "I did what he asked," I said, my voice sounding like a thunderclap in the narrow alley. "And now you know the price," the ghost man said, a jagged grin splitting his face. "The heat is good, isn't it? It makes the hunger go away for a while, but it leaves a residue. Every soul you eat stays with you, Elias. You become a graveyard of other people's dreams." "I'm not like you," I spat, though the oily light on my hands suggested otherwise. "Not yet," he agreed, "but give it time. The chairman likes his tools sharp. He'll send you out again tomorrow, and the day after, until there's nothing left of the mountain boy but a collection of stolen memories and a hunger that can never be filled." I looked up at the Zenith building, looming in the distance like a black tombstone. I could feel the chairman waiting for me, his presence a heavy weight on the edge of my consciousness. He wanted his report. He wanted to see the stains on my hands. The vacuum only knows how to grow. Asterisk, the dog's voice echoed in my mind. I realized then that the management hadn't brought me here to be an associate. They had brought me here to be a filter, to take the messy, inconvenient emotions of the city and store them inside my void, keeping the machinery running smoothly. I was the city's psychological sewage system. But a system can only hold so much before it bursts. I felt the senator's stolen hope churning in my gut, fighting against the gray void of my nature. It was a volatile mix. The courage of a man who wanted to save the world, trapped inside a creature that shouldn't exist. I looked at the ghost man. How do I stop him? The man laughed, a dry, rattling sound. Stop the chairman. You don't stop the tide, boy. You just try not to drown. I am the mountain, I whispered, the words feeling strange and heavy on my tongue. The dog said the mountain comes to claim its own. The dog is a romantic, the ghost man said, spitting. The mountain is miles away. This is the city of glass, and in this city, glass always wins. I turned away from him and started walking, not toward the Zenith building and not toward the transit hub. I headed toward the docks, where the river cut a black, oily path through the heart of the concrete. I needed to see the water. I needed to see something that wasn't man-made, something that couldn't be owned by a man in a black tower. As I walked, I felt the city watching me. Not just the cameras and the security guards, but the city itself. The buildings felt like teeth, the streets like arteries. I was a parasite inside a much larger beast, and the beast was starting to notice that I wasn't behaving. I reached the pier, the cold wind off the water whipping my hoodie around my translucent frame. I looked down into the dark depths, seeing my own reflection for the first time in hours. I didn't see Elia's thorn. I didn't see the gray scavenger. I saw a storm. My eyes were swirling vortexes of gold and charcoal. My skin was a map of lightning and shadows. I was a monster, yes, but I was a monster filled with the stolen light of a righteous man. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the black envelope the chairman had given me. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. I knew what was inside. More names, more lives to be erased, more honeyed fat to keep the chairman's empire from crumbling. I shredded the envelope, the black paper fluttering into the water like dead moths. I wasn't going back to the Zenith building, and I wasn't going back to the mountain. The chairman wanted a weapon. I would give him one, but a weapon doesn't choose its target, it just strikes. I felt a vibration in the ground beneath my feet, a deep, low-frequency thrum that made the wood of the pier groan. It wasn't the city. It was something deeper, something older. The dog had been right about one thing. The mountain was coming, but it wasn't coming for me. It was coming through me. I looked back at the skyline, at the 70 stories of black glass that held the city's secrets. I felt the senator's hope flare up one last time, a bright, blinding spark of rebellion. I'm coming for the tower, I whispered to the wind. And in the distance, for the first time since I opened my eyes in that basement, I heard the sound of thunder, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The city was silent, but the shadows were beginning to scream. I stepped off the pier and into the dark, not falling, but gliding, a gray ghost with a heart of stolen fire, ready to burn the house down. The water of the river was not clean, but it was moving, and in its restless, oily surface I saw the truth of my transformation. I was no longer a man who had been hollowed out. I was a vessel that had been overfilled with the wrong kind of life. The senator's courage was a jagged thing inside me, like swallowing broken glass that glowed. It didn't belong in the dark spaces of my chest. It was fighting the void, trying to find a way out, trying to find a purpose. I began to move back through the city, but I didn't stick to the shadows this time. I walked down the center of the street, my feet making a sound like grinding stone on the asphalt. The hunger was still there, but it had changed. It wasn't a craving for the warmth of a stranger anymore. It was a focused, cold desire to find the source of the rot. I wanted the man who had turned the world into a pantry. The neon signs above the strip clubs and 24-hour diners flickered as I passed, the electricity bowing to the gravity of the void I carried. I felt the weight of the chains the chairman had mentioned, the invisible tethers of the city's contract, and I felt them begin to fray. He thought he had bound a scavenger. He didn't realize he had invited the mountain's hunger into his living room and fed it the one thing that could make it dangerous, a reason to hate him. As I approached the industrial district, the air grew thick with the smell of ozone and wet iron. I saw the adjuster before she saw me. She was standing under a lone streetlight near the entrance to an abandoned warehouse, her gray suit perfectly pressed, her expression one of mild, professional boredom. She was checking a silver pocket watch, the metal gleaming with that same unnatural luster as the chairman's eyes. "You're late, Elias," she said without looking up. "The chairman expected a confirmation an hour ago. He doesn't like to be kept waiting when the harvest is so delicate." I stopped 10 feet from her. The ground between us began to frost over, the moisture in the air crystallizing into delicate, lethal patterns. "The senator is empty," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine anymore. It sounded like the tectonic plates of the earth shifting. She finally looked up, and for the first time her professional mask slipped. Her eyes widened, tracking the shimmering, oily light that pulsed beneath my skin. She saw the gold of the senator's hope mingling with the charcoal of my essence. "What did you do?" she whispered, her hand moving toward the lapel of her coat. "You were supposed to consume the ambition. You weren't supposed to integrate it." "I am a weapon, remember." I took a step forward. The streetlight above her hummed, then exploded in a shower of sparks. And a weapon doesn't always like the hand that holds it. The adjuster didn't run. She was too entrenched in the hierarchy of the city to understand true fear yet. She pulled a small, black device from her pocket, a sleek cylinder that hummed with a high-pitched, agonizing frequency. "The chairman anticipated your instability," she said, her voice regaining its icy composure. "The mountain's influence is erratic. That's why we installed the failsafes." She pressed a button on the cylinder. A wave of white-hot agony tore through me. It wasn't physical pain. It was the sound of 1,000 screaming voices, a psychic frequency designed to shatter the cohesion of a shadow form. My body flickered violently. For a second, I saw my human hands, pale, trembling, and scarred, before they dissolved back into gray smoke. The senator's light inside me flared, reacting to the attack like a cornered animal. "Return to the Zenith building, Elias," she commanded, the device glowing blue in her hand. "Submit to the recalibration, or we will simply dissolve you and start again with the next one. You are not the first survivor we've pulled from the woods, and you won't be the last." The pain was a wall, but the senator's memories provided a door. I saw him standing before a firing squad in a dream, or perhaps a memory of a history book he had cherished. I felt his refusal to break. I realized that the void inside me wasn't just a hole, it was a mouth. I didn't fight the pain, I opened myself to it. I lunged, not as a man, but as a tidal wave of darkness. I didn't strike her, I simply passed through her. As I did, I reached out with the vacuum of my soul and grabbed the frequency she was emitting. I sucked the energy of the device into my own maw, swallowing the agony and turning it into raw, kinetic force. The device in her hand turned to slag, melting over her fingers. She screamed then, a sharp human sound that cut through the mechanical hum of the district. I solidified behind her, my hand gripping the back of her neck. She felt like parchment, dry and brittle. "The next one," I hissed into her ear. "How many are there?" You can't," she gasped, her eyes darting toward the shadows. "The city, it needs the balance. Without the harvest, the shadows grow too heavy. The mountain, it would swallow everything." "Let it," I said. I didn't kill her. I did something worse. I showed her what I had seen inside the senator. I forced the stolen grief of the hundreds of missing people into her mind, a deluge of sorrow and loss that her sterile, bureaucratic brain wasn't built to handle. She collapsed to her knees, her eyes rolling back, her mouth hanging open in a silent, eternal scream of realization. She was no longer an adjuster. She was just another broken piece of the machine. I left her there and turned toward the Zenith building. It stood on the horizon, a black fang biting into the belly of the sky. The walk back was different. The city felt smaller now. The neon lights were transparent. I could see the threads of power connecting the streetlights to the substations, and the substations to the towers, and the towers to the chairman. It was a web of theft. Every light in this city was powered by someone's stolen piece. Every high-rise was built on a foundation of erased lives. I reached the plaza of the Zenith building. The security guards didn't even try to stop me. They saw the storm coming and they stepped aside, their faces pale in the flickering light of my passing. They weren't paid enough to fight a hurricane. I didn't take the elevator. I stepped into the lobby and let the senator's courage swell within me until I was as light as a thought. I drifted upward through the central atrium, a gray spark rising through a throat of glass and steel. The chairman was waiting in his office. He hadn't moved from his leather chair. The city was still spread out behind him like a conquered kingdom. He looked at me as I drifted through the heavy oak doors, his expression one of mild disappointment. "The adjuster was always too fond of her gadgets," he said, setting down a crystal glass of amber liquid. "She lacked the stomach for the visceral nature of our work. I see you've made a mess of her." "The mess is yours," I said, landing on the plush carpet. The gold light in my chest was pulsing now, synchronized with the pounding of my phantom heart. "You're feeding on them. You aren't just managing the city, you're eating it." The chairman laughed, and this time the sound had the weight of centuries behind it. "Of course I am, Elias. That is what a city is. It is a collective organism designed to concentrate energy. I am simply the one who holds the straw. Do you think these people want freedom? They want safety. They want the lights to stay on and the trash to be picked up. And they are willing to pay for it with the things they don't even know they have." He stood up and walked toward the window. "You think you're a hero because you took a little bit of Julian Vane's spirit. But look at you. You're a parasite, Elias. You're a thing that died in the dirt and was brought back by my grace. You are more city than any of the cattle down there." "I am the mountain," I whispered. "The mountain is a graveyard," the chairman snapped, turning to face me. His eyes were no longer silver, they were voids, deeper and older than my own. "I was there when the first stone was laid. I saw the woods recede. I saw the fire replace the moon. You are a relic of a world that failed." He raised a hand, and the very air in the room became heavy, like liquid lead. I felt the floorboards groan as the gravity increased tenfold. He wasn't just a man. He was the personification of the structure. He was the weight of the buildings, the coldness of the pavement, the indifference of the law. "I will break you back into smoke," he growled. He lunged with a speed that defied his age, his hand catching me by the throat. It felt like being gripped by a vice made of frozen iron. He began to pull, not at my flesh, but at the essence of me. He was trying to drain the senator's light out of me, to reclaim the energy I had stolen. The pain was blinding. I felt the gold slipping away, the charcoal gray of my nature beginning to collapse under the pressure of his will. I saw the mountain again, the cold, indifferent peaks, the silent trees, the hunger that didn't care about names or politics. "Give it back," the voice in my head hissed. It wasn't the dog or the senator. It was me. The part of me that remembered being Elias Thorne, the boy who had loved the woods because they were the only place where he felt small enough to be real. I didn't fight the chairman's pull. I pushed. I took all the grief, all the stolen hope, all the memories of the missing, and I shoved them into him. I didn't try to hold onto the power. I became a conduit. I opened the valve between the void of the mountain and the greed of the city. The chairman's eyes bulged. He had spent a lifetime taking, but he had never taken everything at once. The sheer volume of the human experience, the terror of the lost children, the despair of the ruined families, the the righteous fury of Julian Vane. It poured into him like a river of fire. The black glass of the office began to crack. The lights of the city below flickered and died block by block as the siphon reversed. The energy was flowing back, surging through the wires, through the foundations, through the chairman himself. "Too much," he gasped, his skin beginning to glow with a sickly, iridescent light. "You wanted the harvest," I said, my voice a roar of wind and stone. "Here it is." The explosion wasn't loud. It was a silent burst of pressure that shattered every window in the top 10 floors of the Zenith building. I was thrown backward, tumbling through the broken glass into the cold night air. As I fell, I saw the chairman. He didn't die. He simply dissolved. He became a cloud of silver moths, 1,000 fragments of a broken ego scattered to the winds of the city he had tried to own. The tower beneath him groaned, its structural integrity compromised by the sudden release of all that stored energy. I fell through the dark, the wind whistling through my hollow frame. I should have been afraid, but I felt a strange, terrifying peace. The senator's light was gone, but the void wasn't empty anymore. It was quiet. I didn't hit the ground. I felt a pair of strong, furred jaws catch me by the scruff of my neck, slowing my descent. I landed softly on the pavement of an alleyway, the world spinning in shades of gray and shadow. I looked up. The dog was there, its silver eyes glowing with a quiet approval. "The mountain has a long memory," the dog said, its voice echoing in the stillness of the dead city. "But the city is stubborn. You haven't killed the beast, Elias. You've just changed its face." I sat up, my form flickering but stable. I looked at my hands. They were gray again, but the oily stain was gone. I felt light. I felt like a shadow that finally knew where it belonged. "What happens now?" I asked. The dog turned and began to walk toward the outskirts of the city, where the neon gave way to the encroaching dark of the hills. "Now we watch. The lights will come back on. Someone else will sit in the black chair, but they will remember the night the shadows bit back." I stood up and followed him. Behind me, the Zenith building stood dark and broken, a monument to a greed that had finally choked on its own feast. The city was still there, vast and hungry, but for the first time, it felt like it was breathing. I opened my eyes, and for the first time, I didn't feel like a weapon. I felt like a ghost, and in a city of lies, a ghost is the only thing that can tell the truth. We walked into the night, leaving the neon behind. The mountain was waiting, and I had stories to tell the trees. The harvest was over. The winter was coming, and I was no longer hungry. The transition from the industrial district to the hem of the forest felt like a slow molting of my very soul. Behind us, the city flickered like a dying campfire, erratic and gasping. The power grid was a shattered nervous system, and without the chairman's steady, predatory hand to guide the flow, the electricity was bleeding out into the earth. I could feel the ley lines of the metropolis cooling, the frantic heartbeat of millions of people slowing into a collective, confused hush. They were waking up in the dark, wondering why the hum of their refrigerators had stopped, not knowing that the man who owned their dreams had just been scattered into a cloud of silver dust. The dog led me through the skeletal remains of a construction site at the city's edge, a place where the concrete gave up and the weeds began their patient insurrection. My feet didn't touch the ground. They hovered an inch above the cracked pavement, my weight redistributed by the strange, new physics of my existence. I was no longer the scavenger, the bottom feeder of the chairman's ecosystem. I was something else, a neutral party in a war that had been going on since the first fire was lit to keep the dark at bay. "You think you've won," the dog said, its voice a low vibration that seemed to come from the stones beneath us. It didn't look back at me, its tail a rhythmic pendulum of white fur against the gloom. "You think because the tower is dark, the contract is torn." "I felt him break," I said. My voice was clearer now, less like grinding tectonic plates and more like the rustle of dry leaves. I felt the vacuum of his ambition collapse, There's no one left to hold the leash. The dog stopped at the edge of a steep ravine that marked the true boundary of the mountain's influence. Below us, the trees rose up like a wall of spears, their needles black and sharp against the starlight. A leash is just a string, Elias. A contract is a gravity. You didn't just kill a man, you disrupted an exchange. The city provides the structure, and the mountain provides the power. Without the chairman to act as the filter, the mountain will begin to take its payment directly. I looked back at the skyline. The Zenith building was a jagged tooth against the sky, its upper floors still smoking with the residue of my release. Let the city feel what it's been taking. Let them see the source of the honeyed fat they've been living on. You speak with the senator's tongue, the dog replied, turning its head to fix me with those piercing silver eyes. Righteousness is a luxury for those with blood in their veins. You are a shadow, Elias, and shadows have a different set of laws. The dog leaped across the ravine, a graceful arc of silver that seemed to defy the pull of the earth. I followed, stepping into the air and feeling the void inside me catch the wind. We descended into the deep woods, the temperature dropping 20 degrees in a matter of seconds. Here, the air didn't smell like ozone or wet iron. It smelled of damp earth, rot, and the ancient, cold scent of stone that has never seen the sun. As we moved deeper into the thicket, the trees began to change. They weren't the stunted, struggling oaks of the city parks. These were giants, their bark thick and gnarled like the skin of prehistoric beasts. Their branches didn't just reach for the sky, they seemed to be holding it up. And in the hollows of their trunks, I saw things that made the adjuster's gadgets look like toys. Small, flickering lights, not neon, but a bioluminescent green, danced between the roots. They were the size of coins, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my own phantom heartbeat. As I passed, they drifted toward me, clinging to my gray cloak like burrs. I felt a strange warmth wherever they touched, a sense of recognition. "What are they?" I whispered. "The leftovers," the dog said. "The parts of the harvest that the chairman couldn't digest. The memories of childhood, the scent of rain on hot asphalt, the feeling of a first kiss. The things that have no value in a market, so they were discarded here, at the feet of the mountain." I reached out a translucent hand, and one of the lights settled on my palm. In an instant, I felt the memory of a summer afternoon, the taste of a cold peach, the sound of a screen door slamming, the feeling of absolute safety. It was so sharp, so vivid, that it hurt. I tried to pull my hand away, but the memory lingered, a ghost of a ghost. The chairman didn't just take lives, I realized, my voice trembling. He took the meaning of them. He left the people of the city as empty husks, shells that could be filled with whatever labor or desire he saw fit. "And now," the dog said, stopping in a small clearing where the ground was covered in white, sightless flowers, "you have brought all that meaning back, but it has nowhere to go. The people you saved are currently staring into the dark, unable to remember why they are afraid. You've given them their souls back, Elias, but you haven't given them a map." I looked at the white flowers. They were beautiful in a terrifying way, their petals as thin as paper, their centers dark and deep. I realized I was standing in the very basement of the world. This was where the survivors were made. This was where I had opened my eyes. In the center of the clearing stood a monolithic slab of black rock, its surface polished to a mirror finish. It looked like a piece of the Zenith building that had fallen from the sky and buried itself in the earth. But as I approached, I saw that it wasn't glass or steel. It was the same material as the black envelope the chairman had given me. It was the mountain's heart. "Why did you bring me here?" I asked, the gold light in my chest beginning to flare again, sensing the proximity of something immense. "Because the vacancy must be filled," a new voice said. It wasn't the dog. It came from the stone itself. The surface of the black slab rippled like water and a figure began to emerge. It wasn't the chairman. It wasn't the senator. It was a woman, her skin the color of birch bark, her hair a tangle of roots and silver wire. Her eyes were not voids, they were mirrors. When I looked into them, I didn't see myself. I saw the city. I saw the thousands of people waking up, the chaos in the streets, the flickering lights of the hospitals, the fear in the eyes of the children. The chairman was a clerk, the woman said, her voice like the sound of a glacier calving. He was a necessary evil, a bridge between the wild and the wired. He kept the balance by being greedy. He took only what was needed to keep the machine running and the mountain fed. You, Elias Thorne, have been much more reckless. I stopped the theft, I said, stepping toward her. My gray form bristled, the charcoal shadows swirling around my feet. I gave them back what was theirs. You gave a starving man a feast he cannot digest, she countered, stepping off the stone. She was taller than me, her presence heavy and suffocating. By destroying the chairman, you have left the city without a shepherd, and the mountain is very, very hungry. Without the regulated harvest, the mountain will simply take the city whole. It will slide down into the earth, and the woods will grow over the skyscrapers before the sun rises tomorrow. I felt a cold dread settle in my hollow chest. I had thought of the chairman as the villain, the source of all the misery. I hadn't considered that he was a dam, holding back something even more indifferent and vast. There has to be another way, I said. I won't let you swallow them. They're finally free. Free to die in the dark, she asked, a cruel smile touching her lips. Free to be reclaimed by the silence. You are the one who opened the valve, Elias. You are the one who merged the stolen light with the mountain's shadow. You are the only one who can maintain the new balance. I won't be your clerk, I hissed. Not a clerk, she said, reaching out a hand that smelled of ancient pine. A guardian, a ghost that haunts the border between what is human and what is stone. You will not take their ambition or their hope. You will take their pain. You will be the one who absorbs the grief of the city so it doesn't drown them. You will be the filter, Elias, the gray scavenger, but with a purpose. The dog sat back on its haunches, watching me with a solemnity that felt like a sentence. This is what it means to be the mountain's weapon, the dog whispered. You don't get to choose the target. You only get to choose how much you're willing to carry. I looked down at the gold spark in my chest. It was smaller now, a flickering candle in a hurricane. I thought of the senator, his stubborn hope, his refusal to be a pawn. I realized that his light hadn't been a gift to me, it had been a test. Could I hold onto the humanity of a single man while carrying the weight of a mountain? If I do this, I said, looking the woman in the eyes, the chairman's empire stays dead. No more contracts, no more erased lives, no more honeyed fat for the few at the expense of the many. The hierarchy is gone, she agreed. There will be no tower, but there will be the dark, and there will be you. I looked at the city one last time through the gap in the trees. The lights were starting to come back on, but they were different now, softer, more fragile. The frantic, predatory energy was gone, replaced by a weary human exhaustion. They were tired, but they were theirs. I accept, I whispered. The woman touched my forehead. Her finger was as cold as a winter night. The world exploded in a kaleidoscope of sensation. I wasn't falling this time, I was expanding. I felt every street, every alleyway, every brick of the city. I felt the sorrow of a woman losing her husband, the fear of a man losing his job, the quiet despair of the lonely and the forgotten. It poured into me, a deluge of human misery that would have crushed a living man in seconds. But I wasn't a living man, I was a vessel. I felt the gray smoke of my body turn to iron. I felt the gold spark in my chest expand until it wrapped around the entire city like a protective shroud. I wasn't just a ghost anymore. I was the atmosphere. The pain was immense, but it was also beautiful. It was the weight of being real. When the sensation finally settled, I was standing back in the clearing. The woman was gone. The black stone was silent. The dog was still there, but it looked smaller now, or perhaps I had grown larger. It is done, the dog said. I looked at my hands. They were no longer translucent. They were made of a strange, shifting material that looked like smoke trapped in glass. I could see the city inside them, a miniature version of the streets I had walked, pulsing with a soft, amber light. "What do I do now?" I asked. "You watch," the dog said, "and you wait. When the grief becomes too heavy for them to bear, you take a little. When the dark grows too thick, you show them a spark. You are the secret heart of the city, Elias, the one they will never know, but the one they will always feel." I turned and began to walk back toward the lights. I wasn't the boy who had died in the woods. I wasn't the scavenger who had served the chairman. I was a new thing, a creature of the threshold. As I reached the city limits, I saw a young man sitting on a park bench, his head in his hands. He was weeping, the sound of it small and lonely in the vastness of the night. I stood behind him, invisible and silent. I reached out and touched his shoulder with a hand of smoke. I didn't take his sorrow away. I just shared the weight of it. He stopped crying and took a deep breath, looking up at the stars. He didn't know why the air suddenly felt warmer, or why the silence didn't feel so heavy anymore. He just felt like he could keep going for another day. I smiled, a movement of shadows on a face that was no longer mine. The city was silent, but it was no longer screaming. The chairman was gone, the tower was broken, and the mountain was at peace. I opened my eyes, and for the first time, I saw the world as it was meant to be. Not a pantry, not a graveyard, but a garden of ghosts, all trying to find their way home in the dark, and I would be there to make sure they did. The city did not wake up to a revolution, but to a collective hangover of the soul. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the smog, it didn't find the triumphant roar of a liberated people. It found a million individuals blinking at the sunrise with a hollow ache in their chests. The chairman's influence had been a high-frequency hum, a constant vibration that dictated the rhythm of their strides and the urgency of their desires. Now that the hum had ceased, the silence was deafening. I moved through the streets of the lower wards like a draft of cold air. I was no longer restricted by the geometry of the sidewalks or the barriers of locked doors. I was a part of the architecture of the morning. I saw a woman standing in the middle of a crosswalk, her keys clutched in a white-knuckled grip, staring at the darkened facade of the Zenith building. She didn't know why she was crying, only that the invisible tether that had pulled her toward her desk every morning for 15 years had snapped, leaving her adrift in a sea of sudden, terrifying agency. I drifted past her, my smoky fingers brushing against the hem of her coat. I took a fraction of her panic, just enough so she could remember how to breathe, and stored it in the shifting iron-gray folds of my own being. It tasted of stale coffee and unfulfilled promises. It was heavy, but I was built for gravity now. By noon, the city began to try to heal itself, or at least to scab over. The emergency generators in the hospitals kicked in, and the local news stations, operating out of basements and vans, began to broadcast frantic theories about an unprecedented atmospheric discharge that had leveled the top floors of the Zenith Tower. They spoke of a gas leak, a freak electrical storm, a terrorist cell. They looked for a human cause because the truth, that the city had simply been vomited out by its own greed, was too vast to fit into a headline. I found myself drawn to the docks, where the water of the bay slapped against the rotting pilings with a rhythmic, indifferent thud. This was where the survivors usually congregated, the ones whose light had been harvested until there was nothing left but the gray. But today, they were different. They weren't huddled in the shadows, waiting for a black envelope that would never come. They were sitting on the edge of the piers, watching the gulls. Their eyes were still pale, their skin still lacked the flush of the living, but there was a new density to them. They were no longer fading away. "He's not coming back, is he?" I turned. A man was sitting on a rusted bollard, his feet dangling over the churning water. He was one of the first I had seen months ago, a man whose name had been erased by a clerical error in the chairman's ledger. He couldn't see me, not exactly, but he felt the sudden drop in temperature, the way the light seemed to bend around the space I occupied. "No," I whispered, the sound carried on the salt spray. "He is scattered." The man nodded slowly. "I woke up this morning and remembered the color of my mother's kitchen. Yellow. It was a bright, ugly yellow. I haven't thought of that in 20 years. It hurt to remember it, like a toothache in my brain. The pain means the memory is yours again, I said. It's a lot to carry, the man sighed, looking out at the horizon where the mountain loomed, a purple bruise against the sky. Being empty was easier. You don't have to worry about falling when you're already at the bottom. You aren't at the bottom anymore, I told him, though I knew he couldn't hear the words, only the intent behind them. You're just at the beginning. I left him there and began the long climb back toward the center of the city. I needed to see the wreckage. I needed to see the hole I had made. The Zenith building was surrounded by cordons of police and fire crews, their sirens a frantic, useless chorus against the stoic silence of the stone. The upper floors were a jagged crown of twisted rebar and shattered glass. To the observers on the ground, it looked like a disaster. To me, it looked like a mouth that had finally stopped eating. I ascended the side of the building, my form clinging to the shadows of the concrete. I reached the level where the chairman's office had been, the place where the senator had died, where I had been forged into a weapon, where the black chair had sat like a throne. The room was gone. The floor was a platform of rubble open to the sky. The wind whipped through the space, clearing out the last of the ozone and the scent of silver moths. But in the center of the devastation, something remained. The black chair hadn't been destroyed. It had been transformed. It was no longer a piece of furniture. It was a growth. The black stone of the mountain had erupted through the floorboards, twisting into a gnarled, obsidian seat that looked more like a root system than a chair. It sat there, pulsing with a low, rhythmic throb that I felt in my own phantom marrow. And someone was standing next to it. It was the adjuster. He wasn't wearing his sharp charcoal suit anymore. His clothes were ragged, his face smeared with soot and blood. He looked smaller, older, like a clock that had been overwound and was now slowly ticking toward a halt. He was holding a piece of broken glass, staring into it as if searching for his own reflection. "It's empty," he muttered, his voice cracking. "The ledger is blank. The accounts don't balance. How can we function if the accounts don't balance?" I stepped onto the shattered floor, my presence casting a long, distorted shadow across the debris. The adjuster didn't look up. He didn't have to. He felt the weight of the mountain entering the room. "There is no ledger anymore," I said. The adjuster laughed, a dry, hacking sound. "There is always a ledger, Elias, or whatever you are now. You think you've ended the debt. You've just changed the currency. Look at you. You're the biggest debt of all. A soul that should have been extinguished, walking around with the power of a tectonic plate." He turned to me, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "Who's going to pay for your existence, Elias? Who's going to provide the energy to keep that gold spark from burning out? You." "I take what is given," I said, my voice deepening. "I take the grief. I take the loss. That is the fuel now." "A scavenger of sorrows," the adjuster sneered, dropping the glass. It shattered against the stone, adding one more fragment to the ruins. "The chairman was a predator, yes, but he was a clean predator. He took what he wanted and he grew fat. You're a parasite. You're going to live off the misery of the city, pretending you're doing them a favor by sharing the load. You're just a different kind of hunger. I don't expect you to understand the difference between a harvest and a burden," I said, moving closer. The charcoal smoke of my body began to coil around his ankles. "But you're right about one thing. The accounts don't balance. You owe a great deal to this city, adjuster. You were the one who sharpened the knife. You were the one who made sure the shadows never bit back." The adjuster shrank back against the obsidian throne. "I was just a tool. I followed the logic of the system. The system required a balance." "The system is dead," I said, "but the mountain has a long memory." I didn't kill him. Death would have been a gift, a way out of the equation. Instead, I reached out and touched his chest. I didn't take his light. He had none left. I didn't take his memories. I took his purpose. I reached into the center of his being and pulled out the cold, mechanical logic that had governed his life. I took the adjuster and left only the man. He collapsed into a heap, his eyes suddenly filling with a terrifying, lucid clarity. For the first time in decades, he wasn't looking at the world as a series of transactions. He was looking at it as a place of broken things and lost people. He saw the rubble. He saw the sky. He saw the blood on his own hands. He began to scream. It wasn't a scream of pain, but of realization. It was the sound of a man who had finally realized he was a monster. "Stay here," I told him. "Watch the city rebuild. Watch them live without your ledgers. That is your payment." I turned away from him and walked to the edge of the abyss. The city stretched out below me, a vast, tangled web of life. It was messy, it was loud, and it was deeply, beautifully flawed. The dog appeared beside me, its silver fur ruffled by the high-altitude wind. It didn't look at the adjuster. It only looked at the horizon. "He won't last long," the dog said. "Regret is a heavy meal for a man who hasn't eaten in a long time." "He has enough to keep him busy," I replied. "What about the throne? The woman said the vacancy had to be filled." "It is filled," the dog said, nodding toward the obsidian roots. "The throne isn't for a man to sit in. It's an anchor. It keeps the mountain from sliding into the sea and the sea from swallowing the mountain. As long as you walk the streets, Elias, the anchor holds." "And when I tire?" I asked. "When the grief becomes too much for even a ghost to carry?" The dog looked at me, its silver eyes softening. "Then you will find a successor. You will find someone who has lost everything and has nothing left but their eyes. You will give them the gold spark, and you will finally go to sleep in the roots of the trees. But that day is a long way off. The city is still young in its new skin. It needs a ghost to watch over its dreams." I looked down at my hands. The miniature city inside the smoke was glowing brighter now. I could see the lights of the street lamps, the movement of the cars, the flickering glow of televisions in 1,000 apartments. I could feel the collective heartbeat of the million souls I was now bound to. It was a terrifying responsibility, a weight that would have broken the mountain itself if it were made of anything but love and sorrow. "I should go back down," I said. "The sun is setting, the dark is coming." "The dark is always coming," the dog agreed. "But tonight it won't be empty." I stepped off the edge of the Zenith building. I didn't fall. I drifted, a silent gray sentinel descending through the twilight. I passed through the clouds, through the layers of smog and the steam rising from the vents. I landed in a narrow alleyway in the heart of the industrial district, the place where it had all started. The alley was quiet. The shadows here were long and deep, but they didn't feel predatory anymore. They felt like a blanket. I walked toward the mouth of the alley, my footsteps making no sound on the damp pavement. As I reached the street, I saw a small girl standing by a lamp post. She was holding a crumpled piece of paper, a flyer for a lost cat. She was crying softly, her small shoulders shaking with the weight of a loss that felt, to her, like the end of the world. I stood beside her. I didn't say a word. I didn't have to. I simply reached out and touched the air near her head. I took the sharpest edge of her heartbreak. I took the fear that she would never see her friend again. I replaced it with a tiny, flickering spark of hope, a memory of the cat's warm fur, the sound of its purr. She stopped crying. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand and looked up at the lamp post. The light seemed a little brighter to her. The world didn't seem quite so big and scary. She took a deep breath, gripped her flyer tighter, and started walking home. I watched her go, the gold light in my chest pulsing in time with her footsteps. The city was breathing. The harvest was over. The winter was coming, but for the first time in 100 years, the people of the city had enough warmth inside them to survive the frost. I turned back into the shadows, merging with the brick and the stone. I had a lot of work to do. There were 1,000,000 stories in this city, and I was the only one who could hear them all. I was the ghost of the zenith, the scavenger of sorrows, the guardian of the gap. I opened my eyes, and for the first time I wasn't looking for a way out. I was looking for a way in. The city was mine. Not to own, not to harvest, but to protect. And as the moon rose over the mountain, casting a long, silver shadow over the broken tower, I knew that the night was no longer something to be feared. It was a place where the truth could finally breathe. I am Elias Thorne. I was a man who died in the dark. I am a ghost who lives in the light. And as long as the mountain stands and the city breathes, I will be here, catching the tears before they hit the ground. The transition from the industrial district to the forest had been a molting. The transition from the ghost to the guardian was a birth. And as I walked into the deepening night, the dog at my side and the city in my hands, I knew that the story wasn't ending. It was just finally beginning to make sense. The harvest was done. The seeds were planted. Now we would see what grew in the dark. The transition was not a sudden snap, but a slow bleeding of one state of being into another. As I walked, the physical world began to lose its rigid edges. Walls were no longer barriers, but suggestions of history. The pavement was not a solid surface, but a skin stretched over the memories of those who had paved it. I found myself standing in the foyer of a tenement building in the outer circle, a place where the wallpaper was peeling like sunburnt skin, and the air tasted of boiled cabbage and old resentment. On the third floor, behind a door with a cracked number 4, an old man sat in a recliner that had long ago forgotten its original color. He was staring at a television that displayed nothing but static. The chairman's private broadcasts had been replaced by the raw, chaotic noise of a universe that no longer had a conductor. The man's hands were gnarled, his knuckles like polished stones. He was waiting for a signal that would never come, a command to feel something, to do something, to be someone. I stepped through the door. The wood didn't splinter, it simply parted for me like water. I stood in the corner of the room, my smoke glass hands folded in front of me. The man didn't see me, but he felt a sudden coolness, a reprieve from the stifling heat of the radiator. I looked into his mind and saw a desert. He had been harvested so many times that there was nothing left but the sand of his routine. I reached out. I didn't take from him. Instead, I poured a drop of the amber light from my own palm into the hollow of his chest. It was a memory I had scooped up from a park bench 3 miles away, the sound of a child laughing at a pigeon. It wasn't his memory, but as it touched him, it sparked a chemical reaction. He blinked. His eyes, clouded with cataracts and apathy, cleared for a fraction of a second. He reached for a glass of water on the side table, his movements no longer mechanical, but fueled by a sudden, inexplicable thirst for life. He took a sip. He tasted the minerals. He felt the coldness in his throat. It was a small victory, but in the new economy of the city, it was a fortune. I faded back through the wall, descending into the street. The dog was waiting for me under a flickering street lamp. Its presence was a tether, a reminder that while I was now a creature of the threshold, I was not alone in my vigil. "They are waking up," I said, my voice echoing in the silent spaces between the buildings. "Waking up is the easy part," the dog replied, its tail a silver blur against the brick. "Staying awake is where the struggle lies. They will try to find new masters, Elias. They will try to build new towers. It is the nature of the herd to seek a shepherd, even one who intends to shear them." "Then I will be the wolf that keeps the shepherds at bay," I said. The dog let out a sound that might have been a laugh. A wolf made of smoke and glass, a poetic choice. We moved toward the hospital district. Here, the weight was different. It wasn't the dull ache of the forgotten. It was the sharp, jagged edge of the departing. The emergency rooms were overflowing with people who had collapsed when the chairman's hum stopped. Their bodies, long sustained by the artificial rhythm of the tower, were struggling to find their own pulse. I entered a ward filled with the rhythmic whistling of ventilators. I saw a nurse, her face etched with a fatigue that went deeper than bone. She was holding the hand of a young boy who was slipping away, his light flickering like a candle in a gale. The boy was a spare, one of the children the chairman had kept in reserve, their potential banked like unspent currency. Now that the bank had failed, the boy was an orphan of the system. I stood over him. His soul was a thin, translucent thread, vibrating with the effort of staying attached to the heavy, broken machinery of his body. I could feel the mountain calling to him, whispering of the peace in the roots, the silence in the stone. It would have been easy to let him go. The dog watched me, its eyes neutral, waiting to see what the new heart of the city would choose. I reached into the boy's chest, not with the intention of harvesting, but of weaving. I took a thread of the nurse's resilience, the stubborn, irrational hope that kept her standing after a 20-hour shift, and I took a thread of the boy's own latent anger, the spark of the child who hadn't yet been told he was a ghost. I twisted them together, reinforcing the connection between his spirit and his flesh. The boy's heart rate stabilized. The nurse gasped, her grip tightening on his small hand. She didn't know that a creature of shadow had just performed a miracle of spiritual engineering. She only knew that the monitor had stopped its frantic screaming. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my own chest. The amber light in my hands dimmed for a moment. To give was to lose a part of myself. I was not an infinite well, I was a vessel. "You cannot save them all," the dog said, its voice low. "If you pour yourself into every crack in the pavement, you will be nothing but a stain by morning." "I'm not trying to save them," I lied, though the smoke of my body betrayed me, roiling with a restless, golden heat. "I'm just balancing the books." "The adjuster would be proud," the dog teased, though there was a hint of warning in its tone. I left the hospital and headed toward the river. The water was black and oily, reflecting the broken crown of the Zenith Tower. I saw the senator's yacht, still moored at the private pier. It looked like a tombstone made of chrome and mahogany. The senator was gone, his ambition dissolved into the mountain, but his legacy remained in the luxury cars and the gated communities that still clung to the hillsides. I felt a pull toward the heights. The wealthy were not suffering from the hangover in the same way as the lower wards. They were suffering from a different kind of phantom limb syndrome. They had lost their status as the chairman's favored pets. They were realizing that their gold was just metal, and their influence was just a shadow cast by a taller building. I moved through a mansion on the hill. The air here was sterile, filtered and chilled to a precise degree. A woman was sitting in a marble bathroom staring at a bottle of pills. She had everything the city could offer, and yet, without the chairman's constant, ego-stroking hum, she felt like an empty dress. Her grief was shallow, born of vanity and boredom, but it was still a weight. I hovered over her. I reached out to take her sorrow, but I stopped. This grief was not a burden to be shared. It was a consequence to be felt. If I took it from her, I would only be enabling the vacuum that had allowed the chairman to rise in the first place. "Not all weights are meant to be lifted," I whispered. I left her with the pills and the marble. I wasn't a god of mercy. I was a ghost of equilibrium. As I returned to the streets, the first real sun of the new era began to climb over the horizon. It wasn't the gray, filtered light of the previous days. It was a raw, orange fire that cut through the smog and illuminated the layers of filth and beauty that made up the city. I found myself back at the park where I had touched the weeping man. He was gone, but the bench remained. I sat on it, feeling the wood beneath me, or rather, feeling the idea of the wood. The dog sat at my feet, its head resting on its paws. "What happens when they start to remember the woods?" I asked. "The mountain isn't just a place of peace, it's a place of hunger." "The mountain is what they make of it," the dog said. "For a long time they made it a larder. Now it is a graveyard. Eventually it will be a forest again, but only if the city learns to grow its own light." I looked at my hands. The city inside them was waking up. I could feel the stirrings of 1,000 small dramas: a baker lighting his oven, a mechanic opening his shop, a mother waking her children for a school that might not even be open. These were the tiny, mundane pulses of a living organism. But there was something else, a flicker of something dark at the edge of my perception. I stood up, the smoke of my form bristling. "Someone is watching us." The dog didn't move, but its ears pricked forward. The chairman was not the only one who knew how to harvest the threshold, Elias. He was merely the most successful. There are others, scavengers, hangers-on, minor bureaucrats of the occult, who have been hiding in the cracks, waiting for the king to fall so they can claim the crown. I scanned the park. The shadows were lengthening as the sun rose higher, but one shadow in particular didn't seem to follow the laws of optics. It was crouched behind a statue of a long-dead mayor, a thin, spindly thing that looked like a collection of umbrellas wrapped in a trench coat. "Who are you?" I demanded. My voice didn't just carry through the air, it vibrated through the ground. The shadow stepped out. It wasn't a ghost and it wasn't a man. It was something in between, a collector. I remembered them from the chairman's ledgers. They were the ones who did the dirty work, the ones who went into the slums to retrieve the souls that had tried to run. The collector didn't have a face, just a mask made of white porcelain with two jagged holes for eyes. In its hand, it held a silver rod that hummed with a familiar, sickening frequency. "The office is vacant," the collector hissed, its voice like dry leaves skittering over pavement. "The power is up for grabs. You are a fluke, a glitch in the system. You think you can hold the mountain. You are just a battery, Elias, a very large, very full battery." It raised the silver rod. The hum intensified, a piercing shriek that tore at the fabric of my being. I felt the amber light in my hands begin to leak, drawn toward the rod like iron filings to a magnet. I stumbled back, my form flickering. The pain was unlike anything I had felt before. It was the pain of being unmade, of being turned back into a commodity. "He's trying to harvest you," the dog growled, its fur standing on end. Its eyes were no longer silver, they were a burning, molten red. "Show him, Elias. Show him that the heart of the city doesn't belong in a jar." I fought against the pull. I reached deep into the center of my being, past the grief I had taken, past the memories I had shared, down to the cold, hard core of the mountain that I had swallowed in the tower. I didn't try to hold onto the light. I did the opposite. I pushed. I opened the floodgates of my soul and let everything I had gathered, the woman's panic, the old man's apathy, the nurse's exhaustion, the girl's heartbreak, flow out of me in a single, concentrated wave. It wasn't light. It was raw, unfiltered human experience. The wave hit the collector like a physical blow. The silver rod shattered, unable to contain the sheer volume of the discharge. The collector screamed, a sound of pure, existential terror as it was flooded with the weight of 1,000 lives. It couldn't process the complexity. It was a creature of simple hunger, and I had given it a feast that would choke a god. The porcelain mask cracked and fell away, revealing nothing but a void beneath. The trench coat collapsed, the umbrellas snapping and folding until there was nothing left but a pile of rags on the grass. I stood there gasping, my form thin and translucent. The amber light was almost gone. I felt empty, hollowed out, as if I had been turned inside out and scrubbed clean. The dog walked over to the pile of rags and sniffed them. A minor pest, but there will be more. The scent of a vacuum travels far in the dark. I looked at my hands. They were clear again, like glass without the smoke. The miniature city was gone. "I lost it," I whispered. "The light, I gave it all away." "You didn't lose it," the dog said, looking up at me. "Look around you." I looked. The park wasn't empty. People were stopping in their tracks, breathing in the sudden surge of emotion that had rippled through the air. They weren't collapsing this time. They were looking at each other. A man helped a woman who had tripped. Two strangers shared a look of sudden, profound understanding. The energy I had released hadn't vanished. It had returned to the source. I had given the city back to itself. And as I watched, a tiny golden spark flickered back into existence in the center of my palm. Then another, and another. The city was feeding me, not because I was a predator, but because I was a part of it. The gratitude, the shared moments of humanity, the quiet resilience of 1 million people, it was flowing back to me, a slow, steady tide of light. It's a closed loop, I realized. If you do it right, the dog agreed. You are the breath, Elias. You take the carbon dioxide of their despair and you turn it into the oxygen of their hope. It's a heavy job for a boy from the woods. I'm not a boy anymore, I said, my form beginning to solidify, the smoke returning to the glass, darker and richer than before. I stood up and looked toward the zenith tower. The sun was fully up now, and the city was roaring with the sound of a million lives in motion. It was loud, it was chaotic, and it was beautiful. I felt a new sensation, a pull from the very foundations of the city. There was a disturbance in the lower wards, a pocket of darkness that needed to be thinned. Someone was lost in a basement. Someone was hiding from a ghost that wasn't me. "Duty calls," the dog asked, stretching its lean silver limbs. "Duty calls," I said. I didn't walk this time. I simply thought of the location and the shadows rose up to meet me. I became the wind, the draft under the door, the flicker in the corner of the eye. I was Elias Thorne and I had opened my eyes. And as long as I kept them open, the city would never have to close its own. The harvest was over, but the garden, the beautiful, terrifying, infinite garden of ghosts, was just beginning to bloom. I moved into the light, a shadow that brought the dawn, and the city breathed with me, one soul at a time. The lower wards were a labyrinth of brick and sweat, a place where the sun's arrival was less a blessing and more an exposure of the night's failures. I moved through the vents and the narrow gaps between tenement walls, my consciousness expanding and contracting like a lung. I could feel the city's geography not as a map of streets, but as a map of pressures. High pressure where the fear pooled, low pressure where the apathy had settled into a thick, suffocating fog. I materialized in a sub-basement beneath a decommissioned textile mill. The air here was ancient, trapped since the era of steam, smelling of oil and the metallic tang of dried blood. In the center of the room, lit by a single bare bulb that pulsed with a rhythmic, sickly yellow light, stood three men. They weren't collectors, but they were something equally dangerous. Men who had enjoyed the crumbs from the chairman's table and were now starving for the feast. They were huddled around a girl, no older than 12, who was strapped into a chair that looked like a crude imitation of the one I had died in. They had wired her temples to a series of car batteries and a jury-rigged transmitter. They were trying to jumpstart a connection to the mountain, using her terror as the conductor. "It's not working, Vane," one of the men hissed, his face slick with sweat. "The signal is dead. The tower is dark." "The tower is dark, but the source is still there," the man called Vane replied. He was thin, with a voice like a whetstone. He adjusted a dial on the transmitter. "We just need a sharper spike. If we can trigger a high-order panic response, we can catch the spillover. I saw the chairman do it. It's just physics." The girl didn't scream. She had gone past screaming into the silent, vibrating state of total shock. Her soul was pulling inward, trying to hide in the deepest recesses of her own mind, a turtle retreating into a shell that was being hammered by a sledgehammer. I didn't step out of the shadows. I became the shadows. The bare bulb flickered and died. "Check the fuse," Vane barked, but his voice lacked conviction. The temperature in the room had plummeted. The oil on the floor began to frost over, the patterns of ice forming jagged, crystalline teeth. I spoke, but I didn't use my voice. I used the sound of the girl's own heartbeat, amplified until it filled the room like a war drum. Thump, 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 thump. "Who's there?" the third man cried out, swinging a flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, but it didn't find me. It found the dog. The dog was sitting on a stack of rusted crates, its eyes two pools of molten silver. It didn't bark. It didn't growl. It simply watched them with a terrifying, ancient patience. "A dog," Vane spat, reaching for a heavy wrench. "Kill it." The man with the flashlight stepped forward, but as he did, I reached out and touched his shadow. I didn't hit him. I simply uncoupled his shadow from his feet. The black shape on the floor stood up independently, its hands reaching for the man's throat. He let out a strangled yelp and collapsed, clawing at the air as his own darkness turned against him. Vane and the other man backed away, their eyes wide. I stepped into the faint light of the frost-covered window. My body was a swirl of amber sparks and midnight smoke, my face a shifting mosaic of everyone I had seen that morning. The old man, the nurse, the weeping father. "The physics have changed," I said. My voice was 1,000 whispers layered into a single command. "Your thorn," Vane whispered, the wrench trembling in his hand. "The ghost from the tower. You think you can stop the trade. You think you can stop the hunger. People will always want power, Elias. We're just the ones brave enough to take it." "You aren't taking power," I said, stepping closer. "You're just stealing ghosts, and the ghosts are tired of being owned." I raised my hand. The amber light didn't glow, it burned. I didn't strike them with fire, I struck them with empathy. I forced them to feel the girl's terror, not as an abstract concept, but as a physical reality. I shoved the cold, metallic taste of her fear into their mouths. I wrapped the crushing weight of her helplessness around their chests. The man beside Vane fell to his knees, sobbing, his mind buckling under the sudden influx of a pain that wasn't his own. Vane fought it longer, his greed acting as a shield, but eventually the wrench clattered to the floor. He slumped against the wall, his eyes staring at nothing, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. I walked to the girl. With a touch of my smoke glass fingers, the leather straps crumbled into ash. The wires fell away from her temples. She looked up at me, her eyes slowly coming back into focus. "Are you a monster?" she whispered. "I'm a guardian," I said softly. I reached into the air and pulled a thread of the morning sun, a real warm memory of a breakfast she had once had with her mother, and I tucked it into her heart. "Go home. The basement is empty now." She didn't need to be told twice. She scrambled up the stairs, her footsteps echoing until they were swallowed by the street above. The dog hopped down from the crates and sniffed at Vane's boots. They will wake up eventually, and they will remember the fear, but they won't remember why. They'll just think it was a bad dream. "A bad dream is a powerful deterrent," I said, looking at my hands. They were trembling. Every time I used the light, the boundary between Elia's thorn and the city became thinner. I wasn't just watching the city, I was becoming the city's nervous system. Every broken window felt like a cut. Every act of violence felt like a bruise. "You're feeling the resonance," the dog said, its voice melodic and low. "The more you interfere, the more you are bound. You cannot be a judge and stay a ghost, Elias. Eventually, the weight of the city will pull you back into the earth, or it will scatter you to the winds." "Then let it scatter me," I said, "but not today." We left the mill and headed toward the docks. The river was a vein of liquid lead, carrying the city's waste out to the sea. But there was something new on the water. Small boats, manned by people from the outer circle, were beginning to congregate. They weren't fishing for food. They were casting nets of woven copper and glass into the water, trying to catch the residue, the bits of soul energy that had washed down from the Zenith Tower during the collapse. The city was already adapting. It was a scavenger's paradise. I stood on the pier, watching the flickering lights on the water. "They're trying to harvest the scraps." "It's the cycle," the dog replied. "The chairman was a whale that died. Now the sharks and the krill are coming to feed on the carcass. You can't stop them all, Elias. If you try to police every spark of greed, you'll burn out before the moon rises." "I'm not looking for greed," I said, my gaze fixed on a larger vessel anchored in the middle of the channel. It was a black, sleek barge devoid of markings. It didn't have nets. Instead, it had a massive, humming turbine submerged in the water. It wasn't scavenging, it was dredging. I felt a coldness in my core that had nothing to do with the mountain. That barge belonged to the syndicate, the hidden cabal of financiers who had funded the chairman's rise. They were the ones who had stayed in the shadows, letting him take the risks while they collected the dividends. Now that he was gone, they were moving in to reclaim their collateral. "That's the anchor," I whispered. I moved across the water, not flying, but stepping on the surface as if it were solid ground. The ripples beneath my feet were tipped with gold. The dog followed, its paws leaving trails of silver mist on the black river. As we neared the barge, the hum grew louder. It was a low-frequency vibration that made my glass skin vibrate. It was designed to repel spirits, a sonic fence for the dead. "Stay back," I told the dog. "I am a part of the mountain, Elias," the dog replied, its voice deepening. "The mountain does not fear the hum of men." We boarded the barge. The deck was crowded with men in tactical gear, their eyes covered by goggles that allowed them to see the infrared spectrum of the soul. They saw me immediately. "Target sighted," one shouted, raising a rifle that fired pulses of compressed static. The first shot hit me in the shoulder. It didn't pierce me, but it felt like a bucket of ice water being thrown onto a hot stove. My form hissed and spat, the smoke turning gray and thin. They have weapons for me, I realized, the pain sharpening my focus. They've been preparing for this since the day the first tower was built, the dog said. It lunged forward, a blur of silver fur and teeth. It didn't bite the men, it bit their shadows. Every man the dog touched fell into a state of sudden, profound depression, their will to fight dissolving into a puddle of existential dread. I moved through the gunfire, my body flickering like a faulty film reel. I reached the turbine controls. A man in a suit, clean, pressed, and entirely out of place, stood there holding a detonator. "Elias Thorne," he said, his voice calm. "The man who refused to die. You're an interesting variable, but you're still just a variable. This city needs a vacuum. It needs a center. If we don't harvest the energy, it will build up until the whole region ignites. We're performing a service." "You're performing a theft," I said, my hand closing around the control lever. The metal was cold, but it began to glow as I poured my own light into it. "If you destroy this, the feedback will kill you," the man said, his finger hovering over the button. "You're a vessel, Elias, and you're already over capacity. One more surge and you'll shatter." I looked at him, and for a moment I saw the city behind him, the girl in the basement, the nurse in the hospital, the old man by his TV. They were all connected to me now. I wasn't just a vessel, I was the bridge. "Then let me shatter," I said. I didn't pull the lever, I became the lever. I pushed my entire consciousness into the turbine, into the wires, into the very heart of the Syndicate's machine. I felt the raw, jagged energy they had dredged from the river, the concentrated sorrow of 1,000 drownings, the bitterness of the discarded, the cold rage of the exploited. It was a tidal wave of darkness. I didn't try to filter it. I didn't try to turn it into light. I simply opened myself up and let it pass through me, using my own spirit as a lightning rod. I directed the energy away from the barge, away from the Syndicate, and sent it back down into the earth, into the roots of the mountain where it could be composted by time and stone. The barge groaned. The turbine exploded in a shower of sparks and black oil. The man in the suit was thrown back, his detonator clattering uselessly across the deck. I felt myself coming apart. My arms were dissolving into golden dust. My chest was a hollow cage of light. The pain was absolute, a white-hot screaming in the center of my mind. "Elias," the dog barked, its voice sounding like it was coming from the end of a long tunnel. I was falling, not into the water but into the void. I could see the city from above, a sprawling, glowing organism, and I could see the threads of light that connected me to every living thing within its borders. The threads were stretching, fraying, ready to snap. But then I felt a counterpull. It wasn't the mountain, it wasn't the chairman. It was the city itself. A million small voices, a million tiny pulses of life, all reached out at once. The nurse, the girl, the baker, the mechanic. They didn't know they were doing it, but their collective will, their simple desire to keep breathing, acted as an anchor. They weren't letting me go. The golden dust began to pull back together. The smoke thickened. The glass solidified. I slammed back onto the deck of the barge, my knees hitting the metal with a sound like a tolling bell. I was whole, but I was changed. My glass skin was now shot through with veins of pure, unyielding gold. I wasn't just a ghost of the mountain anymore. I was a ghost of the pavement. The men in tactical gear were gone, having fled into the river. The man in the suit was gone too, leaving only his expensive shoes behind. The dog walked over to me, its tail wagging slowly. That was dramatic. "I'm still here," I whispered, touching my chest. The heartbeat I felt wasn't mine. It was the city's. "You're more than here," the dog said. "You've successfully integrated. You're the first of your kind, Elias, a spirit of the collective, a secular god for a world that's forgotten how to pray." I stood up, looking at the sunrise. The zenith tower was a jagged tooth on the horizon, but it no longer looked threatening. It just looked like a ruin. "What now?" I asked. "Now," the dog said, turning toward the shore, "we go to the park. I believe there's a certain bench that needs a regular occupant, and there are people waking up who are going to have questions that only a ghost can answer." I looked at the river, the water now calm and clear of the syndicate's machines. The city was loud, messy, and full of potential. It was no longer a harvest field. It was a garden. And I was the one who would make sure the weeds didn't take over. As I stepped off the barge and onto the air, the golden veins in my arms pulsed in time with the morning traffic. I was Elias Thorne. I had died in the dark, but I was living in a light that I had helped create. The story wasn't ending. It was just getting to the good part. We walked through the awakening streets, a man of smoke and a dog of silver, invisible to most but felt by all. A cool breeze on a hot day, a sudden moment of clarity in a crowded room, a hand on a shoulder when the world felt too heavy. I opened my eyes, and for the first time in a century, the city opened its eyes too. The dawn was over, the day had begun. The park was an island of green amidst the sea of gray stone and rusted iron, a place where the city tried to remember what it was like to breathe. The morning dew clung to the grass like fallen stars, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. I found the bench, the one the dog had mentioned, tucked away under the weeping boughs of a willow tree that had survived the smog of 3 industrial revolutions. I sat. The wood of the slats felt solid beneath me, a testament to how much of the city's physical reality I had absorbed. I wasn't just a haunting anymore, I was a fixture. The dog hopped up beside me, resting its silver chin on my knee. For a long time, we simply watched the world wake up. A jogger passed by, her breath misting in the cool air. She didn't see me, but as she ran through the space I occupied, she suddenly straightened her posture, a look of unexpected resolve crossing her face. A few yards away, a man sitting on a different bench clutching a crumpled eviction notice let out a long, shuddering sigh. He didn't find a bag of gold, but the crushing weight in his chest eased just enough for him to look up and notice the way the light hit the leaves. "You're doing it again," the dog murmured without opening its eyes. "Doing what?" "Tending. You're smoothing the edges of their lives. It's a noble pursuit, Elias, but remember what I told you. The city is a living thing. Sometimes it needs to bruise so it can learn where it's vulnerable." "I'm not shielding them from life," I replied, watching a squirrel navigate the treacherous heights of the willow. "I'm just giving them enough room to face it. The chairman took their room. He turned their private sorrows into a commodity. I'm just returning the stolen goods." The dog hummed, a sound like a low-tuned cello. "The syndicate won't stop at one barge. They are accountants of the soul and they hate an unbalanced ledger. You've cost them a significant investment. They will look for a way to foreclose on you." "Let them come," I said. But even as I spoke, I felt a tremor in the ground, not a physical earthquake, but a psychic one. The resonance I had felt on the barge hadn't entirely dissipated. It was moving, shifting like a subterranean river. My golden veins pulsed, a warning light beneath my skin. I looked toward the center of the city, where the skyline was dominated by the fractured silhouette of the zenith tower. Something was happening at the base of the tower. The residue I had sent back into the earth hadn't just vanished, it had pooled in the foundations. And now it was being drawn upward again, not by a machine but by a vacuum. "Someone is calling it," I whispered, standing up. The bench creaked as my weight shifted from physical to ethereal. "Not someone," the dog said, its silver fur bristling. "Something. The tower was a needle, Elias. You broke the needle, but the puncture wound is still there, and nature abhors a vacuum." I didn't think, I moved. The park blurred into a smear of green and brown as I stepped through the dimensions of the city. I was the shadow of a speeding car, the reflection in a shop window, the static on a radio. I arrived at the plaza surrounding the Zenith Tower in a heartbeat. The area had been cordoned off by the city's emergency services, but the police were standing well back, their faces pale. In the center of the plaza, where the chairman's grand fountain had once sprayed recycled water, there was now a rift. It wasn't a hole in the ground, but a hole in reality, a jagged tear of absolute blackness that seemed to suck the light out of the morning. Standing at the edge of the rift was a figure I didn't recognize. He was old, dressed in a tattered coat that looked like it had been stitched together from funeral shrouds. He wasn't a collector, and he wasn't syndicate. He looked like a man who had lived in the subway tunnels for 40 years, a ghost who hadn't had the decency to die. He was holding a bowl made of a human skull, and he was chanting in a language that sounded like grinding stones. As he chanted, the blackness in the rift began to take shape. It wasn't the amber light of the mountain or the midnight smoke of my own form. It was something else, a gray, oily substance that moved with a sickening, liquid grace. It was the byproduct of the chairman's experiments, the concentrated essence of all the discarded memories and failed connections that had been deemed worthless. It was the city's shadow, and it was hungry. "Stop," I shouted, materializing 10 feet from the old man. My voice echoed off the surrounding skyscrapers, a peal of thunder in the quiet morning. The man turned. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but he looked right at me. "The king is dead," he croaked, his voice like dry leaves. "But the kingdom remains. You think you're the hero, Thorn. You're just the new skin on an old wound. The mountain gave you light, but the city is built on what we forget. And I am the one who remembers." He tilted the skull bowl, pouring a thick crimson liquid into the rift. The gray mass surged upward, forming into a towering, faceless shape that mimicked my own silhouette. It was a dark reflection, a golem made of every regret and every bitter thought ever uttered in these streets. "The syndicate didn't send him," the dog said, appearing at my side. "He's a scavenger of a different sort, a sin-eater who's tired of the taste." The gray golem lunged. It didn't use fists, it used a wave of pure, unadulterated grief. I met it head-on, my golden veins flared to a blinding brilliance. The collision felt like two tectonic plates grinding together. I saw flashes of other people's lives. A woman losing her wedding ring in the gutter, a boy crying over a broken toy, a man realizing he would never be famous. It was the weight of the mundane tragedy, and it was heavier than any mountain. I pushed back, my smoke glass fingers sinking into the gray oil of the golem's chest. It felt cold, a vacuum that tried to drain the amber light from my core. I realized then that I couldn't fight this with strength. This wasn't an enemy to be defeated, it was a debt to be paid. "You want the memory," I hissed, my face inches from the faceless gray void. "Then take mine." I didn't give it the light. I gave it the darkness I had been holding onto. I gave it the memory of my own death in the chair, the terror, the loneliness, the feeling of my soul being ripped apart like wet paper. I gave it the years of silence in the tower, the bitterness of being a tool for a madman. I poured my own trauma into the golem. The effect was instantaneous. The gray mass shuddered. It had been built on the collective, shallow sorrows of a million people, but it couldn't handle the concentrated, high-proof agony of a single, focused soul. It began to bloat, the gray oil turning a sickly, bruised purple. The old man screamed, dropping the skull bowl. "No, you're spoiling the harvest. It must be pure. It must be empty." "Nothing is empty," I said, my voice vibrating with the power of the exchange. "Everything has a cost." The golem exploded. It didn't send shrapnel flying. It sent a wave of catharsis through the plaza. The gray oil dissolved into a fine mist that smelled like rain after a long drought. The rift in the ground snapped shut, leaving nothing but a faint, scorched mark on the pavement. The old man collapsed, sobbing into his hands. He wasn't a monster. He was just a man who had spent too long looking at the darkness and had mistaken it for the truth. I stood over him, my golden veins dimmed but still glowing softly. I felt lighter. By giving away my trauma, I had finally severed the last cord that tied me to the chairman's chair. I was no longer a victim of the tower. I was just Elias. "He'll live," the dog said, sniffing the old man's coat. "He'll go back to the tunnels and he'll tell stories about the golden ghost who broke the world's heart. It's a good story. People need to hear it." The police were starting to move in, their caution replaced by a bewildered curiosity. I knew it was time to go. The city didn't need to see its guardian in the light of day just yet. I turned to the dog. "You said the syndicate would come back. If they saw that, if they saw how I handled the Sin Eater, what will they do?" The dog looked up at the Zenith Tower, its silver eyes reflecting the rising sun. "They will realize that you aren't a variable they can solve. They will realize that you are the new environment. And businesses, Elias, always adapt to the environment." We faded from the plaza, leaving the sirens and the shouting behind. We returned to the park, to the willow tree and the bench. The morning was in full swing now. Children were playing near the pond, and the city's roar had settled into its familiar, rhythmic hum. I sat back down, feeling the rough texture of the wood. My hands were steady. The golden veins were a part of me now, a map of my new purpose. "You know," I said to the dog, "I never asked your name." The dog tilted its head. "I've had many. The Egyptians called me one thing, the Greeks another. In the mountain I was just the echo. But here," it paused, watching a toddler chase a pigeon. "Here you can call me Barnaby. I've always liked the sound of it. It sounds like someone who enjoys a good biscuit." I laughed, a sound that felt strange and wonderful in my chest. "Barnaby it is." As the sun climbed higher, I felt the city's life flowing through me. I could feel the electricity in the wires, the water in the pipes, the hope and fear in a million hearts. It was a lot to carry, but for the first time since I had opened my eyes in that dark room, I wasn't afraid of the weight. I looked at my reflection in a nearby puddle. I was a shadow that brought the dawn. I was a ghost who had found a home. But as I watched the reflection, something caught my eye. Deep in the water, far below the surface of the park's reality, I saw a flicker of movement. Not the syndicate, not the Sin Eater. It was a window into another place, another city that looked like this one but was draped in a permanent twilight. And in that window, I saw a face. A woman. She was wearing a dress of woven starlight, and her eyes were the same amber as the mountain's core. She looked at me, and she smiled, a smile that was both a greeting and a warning. She pressed a finger to her lips, and then the reflection vanished, replaced by the blue sky and the green leaves. "Who was that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Barnaby didn't look at the puddle. He kept his eyes on the horizon. "The city has many layers, Elias. You've only just scratched the surface. You opened your eyes, yes, but now you have to learn how to see." I looked back at the puddle, but the woman was gone. The sense of peace I had felt was replaced by a new, sharp curiosity. The harvest was over, the garden was blooming, but the world was much larger than I had ever imagined. I stood up, the golden light in my veins pulsing with a new rhythm. "Well then," I said, looking at the silver dog, "I suppose we'd better get started. There's a lot of city left to see." Barnaby stood up and stretched, his silver limbs gleaming. "I thought you'd never ask. There's a library in the West District that has a very peculiar haunting in the biography section. I think they're waiting for a specialist." I smiled, and as I stepped out from under the willow tree, I didn't just walk, I flowed. I was the wind, the light, the guardian. I was Elia's thorn, and the day was mine. But as we moved toward the West District, I couldn't shake the image of the woman in the water. She hadn't looked like a ghost. She had looked like a queen, and I had a feeling that before the sun set, I would be seeing her again. The city breathed. I breathed with it. And somewhere in the deep twilight of that other place, something else opened its eyes too. The game was changing, the pieces were moving, and I was no longer just a pawn in the chairman's play. I was the player. We crossed the street, a man of gold and a dog of silver, disappearing into the crowd as the city screamed and laughed and lived all around us. The beautiful, terrifying, infinite garden was waiting, and I was ready to pull the weeds. The West District was where the city's history went a huddle in the shade of its own ambition. Here, the glass towers of the syndicate gave way to soot-stained brownstones and Gothic spires that looked like they had been carved from frozen smoke. The air was different here, heavier, smelling of old paper and the ozone of trolley wires. It felt like a place where time didn't flow so much as it pooled, gathering in the corners of alleyways and the cracks of the cobblestones. Barnaby trotted ahead of me, his paws making no sound on the pavement. To the few people who possessed the intuitive spark to see us, we must have looked like a moving mural, a figure of translucent glass and flowing gold followed by a hound of moonlight. Most, however, simply felt a sudden urge to check their watches or adjust their scarves as we passed. "The library," Barnaby said, nodding toward a monolithic structure of gray granite. It was the kind of building designed to make a person feel small, with massive bronze doors and windows that looked like the narrowed eyes of a scholar. "The Great Central. It's built over a ley line of collective memory. Every book in there is a battery, Elias. Every story is a tiny, contained soul." "And the haunting?" I asked, stepping through the heavy bronze doors without opening them. The interior was a cathedral of silence, broken only by the soft rustle of pages and the occasional muffled cough. The smell was intoxicating, vanilla leather, and the dry, sweet scent of decaying cellulose. "A residual loop," Barnaby explained, his voice echoing in my mind. "A woman from the 1920s. She wasn't a victim of the syndicate, but she stuck. She was a librarian here for 50 years. She died in the middle of a sentence, and now she can't find the period." We moved toward the biography section, a labyrinth of towering shelves that seemed to stretch into infinity. I could feel the weight of the lives recorded here. Each spine was a heartbeat, a legacy, a fragment of the city's grand tapestry. But in the center of the aisle, the air was cold, not the refreshing chill of the mountain, but the stagnant cold of a refrigerator. She was there, a woman in a charcoal gray dress, her hair pinned back in a severe bun. She was reaching for a book on a shelf just out of her grasp, her fingers passing through the leather binding like smoke through a screen. She groaned, a soft, frustrated sound, and then she vanished, only to reappear 5 seconds later at the start of the same reaching motion. "She's caught in the friction," I whispered. "She's trying to finish her work." "She's trying to file her own life," Barnaby corrected. "She wrote her memoirs in secret. The last page fell behind the radiator the night she passed. She can't leave until the story is complete. It's an anchor, Elias. Just like the chairman's tower was for you, this unfinished page is for her." I approached her. As I drew near, the golden veins in my arms began to glow, illuminating the dusty air. She didn't notice me at first. She was too deep in the loop. Reach, fail, vanish. Reach, fail, vanish. I waited for the moment she reappeared. This time, as her hand moved toward the shelf, I reached out and touched her wrist. The contact was like a jolt of electricity. For a second, the library dissolved. I wasn't standing in the biography section. I was in a small, cramped apartment filled with the smell of tea and lavender. I saw a hand, tired, spotted with age scribbling furiously on a piece of yellowed parchment. In the end, the writing said, the city did not belong to the kings or the architects. It belonged to those of us who watch from the windows. The vision snapped back to the library. The woman was staring at me, her eyes wide and suddenly clear. She wasn't gray anymore. My touch had infused her with a spark of the mountain's amber light. "You," she whispered, "you're the one the books are talking about." "They talk about me?" I asked. "The ink remembers the future as much as the past," she said, her voice gaining strength. "You're the glass guardian, the one who broke the harvest." She looked at her hand, then at me. "Why can't I reach it? It's right there, my final word." "It's not on the shelf, Miss Thorne," I said, realizing with a start that we shared a name. Perhaps we were distant kin, or perhaps the city simply liked the symmetry. "It's behind the metal. You're looking for a completion that has already happened. The city heard your story. It doesn't need the paper." I reached down toward the rusted iron radiator at the base of the shelf. I didn't use my hands. I used my will. I reached into the space between the physical and the ethereal, pulling at the memory of the lost page. A scrap of golden light materialized in my palm, not a physical object, but the asterisk idea of the page. I handed it to her. She took it, and as she did, her form began to radiate a soft, silver light. The loop was broken. The frustration that had held her in place for decades melted into a look of profound peace. "Thank you, Elias," she said. "The biography section is yours now. Keep the stories safe. Some of them are still being written." She didn't vanish this time. She simply walked away, her footsteps becoming lighter and lighter until she merged with the dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. "Nicely done," Barnaby said, wagging his tail. "A minor repair, but a necessary one. Every ghost you set free strengthens the city's immune system. You're making it harder for the syndicate to find a foothold." I looked at my hands. The gold was pulsing steadily now, a calm, rhythmic throb. She said the ink remembers the future. Barnaby, who was the woman I saw in the puddle, the one in the dress of starlight. The dog's ears flattened slightly. He led me away from the shelves toward a secluded reading nook by a stained glass window. That was the mother of tunnels, the queen of the sub-city. You see, Elias, for every skyscraper that reaches for the clouds, there is a root that reaches for the dark. You are the spirit of the pavement and the light. She is the spirit of the sewers and the secrets. Is she an enemy? She is an equilibrium, Barnaby said, sitting on his haunches. She has watched the syndicate from below while you watch from above. She isn't interested in harvesting souls. She's interested in preserving the shadows. But she is territorial, and she knows you've changed the balance. Suddenly, the library's silence was shattered. It wasn't a loud noise, but a high-pitched, mechanical whine that set my teeth on edge. It was the sound of a drill, but one that was cutting through air instead of stone. I turned toward the entrance. 3 men were walking through the lobby. They weren't wearing tactical gear or expensive suits. They were wearing gray jumpsuits that looked like hazmat gear, and they were carrying silver canisters strapped to their backs. They moved with a synchronized, robotic precision. "Collectors?" I asked, my smoke glass skin darkening. "Worse," Barnaby growled. "Sanitizers, the syndicate's cleanup crew. They don't harvest souls, Elias, they erase them. They're here to bleach the library." The men began to unsheath long, slender nozzles from the canisters. As they squeezed the triggers, a spray of iridescent white gas filled the air. Wherever the gas touched a book, the ink on the pages began to sizzle and fade. The history of the city, the lives of 1,000 people, were being wiped clean. "No," I shouted. I launched myself across the lobby, my form stretching into a spear of golden glass. I slammed into the lead sanitizer, expecting to send him flying. Instead, I passed right through him. I stumbled, catching myself on a marble pillar. I looked back in horror. The man hadn't even flinched. He wasn't a man at all. Inside the gray jumpsuit was a hollow lattice of copper wires and humming circuits. a drone, a machine designed specifically to ignore the ethereal. "They've adapted," Barnaby shouted, darting between the legs of the second drone. "They're using null-field technology. They're out of phase with the spirit world, Elias. You can't touch them, but their gas can touch the memories." The library was screaming, not in a way that human ears could hear, but in a psychic howl of agony as centuries of thought and emotion were dissolved into nothingness. The biography section was already beginning to blur, the shelves losing their definition as the stories that held them together were erased. I tried to grab one of the canisters, but my hand slipped through it like it was made of mist. I was a god of the collective, a spirit of the light, but I was being defeated by a simple lack of friction. "Think Elias," Barnaby barked, dodging a spray of the white gas. "You're not just a ghost, you're the city. Use the physical, use the stone." I closed my eyes, reaching out not for the souls of the people, but for the soul of the building itself. I felt the iron rebar in the walls, the lead in the pipes, the ancient, heavy weight of the granite foundations. I stopped trying to be a spear and started trying to be a lever. I surged into the floorboards. I didn't pass through them, I became them. I felt the vibration of the drone's heavy boots, the hum of their internal processors. With a roar of effort that shook the chandeliers, I buckled the marble floor. The lead drone tripped as the floor beneath him rose up in a jagged wave. His canister hit the ground, the nozzle snapping off. The white gas began to leak out, but without the pressurized spray, it merely pooled on the floor. The other two drones turned, their sensors clicking as they recalibrated. They raised their nozzles toward the floor, preparing to spray the stone itself. "Oh no you don't," I hissed. I reached for the water pipes buried in the walls. I felt the pressure, the cold, rushing life of the city's veins. I didn't just burst the pipes, I directed them. The walls of the library groaned as the plaster cracked, and then, with a sound like a dam breaking, 3 jets of high-pressure water erupted from the masonry. The water slammed into the drones. Unlike me, the water was purely physical. It didn't care about null fields or phase shifting. It was heavy, wet, and relentless. The drones were swept off their feet, their delicate internal circuits shorting out with a shower of blue sparks. I didn't stop there. I manipulated the water, spinning it into a vortex that trapped the drones against the far wall. I could feel the syndicate's panicked commands pulsing through the airwaves, trying to override the drones' fried processors, but the signal was drowned out by the roar of the flood. "Seal them," Barnaby yelled. I looked at the marble floor I had broken. I reached for the heat of the city, the friction of the traffic, the warmth of the sun on the roof. I funneled that energy into the stone, melting the edges of the marble until it was as soft as wax. I flowed the molten stone over the drones, encasing them in a tomb of granite and lead. As the stone hardened, the high-pitched whine finally stopped. The library fell silent once more, save for the dripping of the water. I pulled myself out of the floor, my form flickering. That had taken more out of me than the fight with the Sin Eater. Interacting with the physical world with that much force was like trying to lift a mountain with a spider web. I looked at the shelves. The biography section was scarred. Thousands of books were now nothing but blank pages, their stories gone forever. A wave of grief washed over me, a collective sob from the city itself. "We lost so much," I whispered, touching a bleached spine. "We saved more," Barnaby said, walking over to the stone tomb. He sniffed the hardened marble. "The syndicate knows now. They know they can't just send ghosts to catch a ghost. They'll have to get their hands dirty. And the more they use machines, the more the city will fight back." I looked at the blank books. "I can fix this." "Elias, you're exhausted. You can't." "I don't need to write the books," I said, my golden veins beginning to glow with a soft, persistent light. "I just need to remind the ink." I closed my eyes and reached out to the people of the West District. I found the students studying in their rooms, the old men playing chess in the park, the teachers preparing their lessons. I tapped into their memories of the books they had read, the stories they had loved. I gathered the fragments of the lost biographies, the dates, the names, the triumphs, and the tragedies. I funneled that collective memory back into the library. It was a slow, painstaking process. I felt like a weaver trying to repair a tapestry with a billion broken threads. But one by one, the letters began to reappear on the pages. They weren't exactly as they had been. They were filtered through the hearts of the living. The biographies became more vibrant, more personal. The dry facts were replaced by the emotional truths of the people who remembered them. When I was finished, the library felt different. It didn't just smell like old paper anymore. It smelled like life. "You're a strange one, Elias Thorne," a voice said. I spun around. Standing by the window was the woman from the puddle. Up close, she was even more striking. Her dress of starlight seemed to be made of the very shadows of the library, and her eyes held the depth of 1,000 midnights. "The queen of the sub-city," I said, bowing my head slightly. "They call me Selene," she said, her voice like the sound of wind in a tunnel. "And you are the one who makes the stone weep. I didn't think a creature of the mountain could understand the value of a shadow." "The shadows are where the light rests," I replied. Selene walked toward me, her movements fluid and silent. She stopped a few feet away, her gaze raking over my golden veins. "The syndicate is a nuisance, but they are predictable. You, however, are a catastrophe. You've woken up the city, Elias, and a city that is awake is a city that demands to be fed." "I'm not feeding it souls," I said firmly. "No, you're feeding it hope, which is far more dangerous." She looked at the stone tomb of the drones. "The chairman's successors are already meeting. They are calling in the debt collectors, the real ones, not machines, not puppets, men who have sold their humanity for the power to kill what cannot die." "Let them come," I said, the same words I had used in the park. "They are already here," Selene said, her form beginning to dissolve into a pool of darkness. "And they won't come for you in a library. They will come for the things you love. They will come for the heartbeat you've adopted." She vanished, leaving only a faint scent of damp earth and cold iron. I looked at Barnaby. The dog's silver eyes were grim. "She's right, Elias. The syndicate is moving from acquisition to liquidation. We need to find the heartbeat before they do." "The heartbeat?" I asked. "You mean the city?" "No," Barnaby said, turning toward the door. "The city is the body. The heartbeat is a person. The one individual who holds the collective will together, the anchor you felt on the barge." "The nurse," I remembered the flashes of life I had felt when I was fraying. "The girl." "The girl," Barnaby said. "The one who saw you first, the one who didn't run. She's the catalyst, Elias. And if the syndicate finds her, they won't just harvest her. They'll use her to turn the city against itself." I felt a cold dread settle in my chest, a very human emotion for a ghost. I thought of the girl with the wide eyes and the quiet courage. She was the reason I was still whole. She was the reason the golden veins didn't shatter. "Where is she?" I asked, my form already beginning to blur into the wind. "The east docks," Barnaby said, his voice fading as we accelerated. "In the shadow of the cranes. Hurry, Elias, the sun is setting and the debt collectors work best in the dark." We tore through the city, a streak of gold and silver against the deepening orange of the sky. The West District fell away, replaced by the industrial sprawl of the docks. The air grew salty and cold, and the sound of the river returned, a low, churning growl. I could feel her now, a tiny, bright pulse in the darkness. She was afraid, but she was standing her ground. And around her, the shadows were beginning to sharpen into blades. The story wasn't just getting to the good part. It was getting to the blood. And as I flew toward the docks, I realized that to save the heartbeat of the city, I might have to stop being a guardian and start being a monster. The golden veins in my arms flared, turning a deep, angry crimson. The mountain had given me light, but the city was teaching me how to burn. "I'm coming," I whispered into the wind. And for the first time, the city whispered back. "Kill them," it said, "kill them all." The east docks were a skeletal forest of rusted iron and rotting timber, a place where the city's ambition had long ago curdled into neglect. Here, the river didn't flow. It groaned, thick with the oily residue of 100 failed industries. As I descended, my golden light flickered, struggling against the sheer density of the misery that clung to the piers. I found her at the end of Pier 19, a narrow finger of concrete jutting into the black throat of the harbor. She was backed against a shipping container, her breath coming in ragged white plumes. It was the nurse, Sarah. She wasn't wearing her scrubs now, just a thin coat that offered no protection against the biting wind or the three figures closing in on her. These were the debt collectors Cellini had warned me about. They didn't look like drones or ghosts. They looked like men who had been hollowed out and filled with something heavy and wrong. They wore long, tattered coats that seemed to absorb the ambient light, and their faces were obscured by porcelain masks, smooth, featureless ovals that reflected nothing. In their hands, they carried hooks of black glass, weapons that hummed with a frequency that made my very essence vibrate with nausea. "Sarah," I called out, my voice a thunderclap that shook the shipping containers. She looked up, and for a fraction of a second, the terror in her eyes was replaced by a spark of recognition. Elia's. The debt collectors didn't turn to look at me. They didn't need to. They were tethered to the reality of the girl, and by extension, they were tethered to the source of my power. The lead collector raised his black glass hook. It didn't strike her, it pulled. I saw a thread of silver light tugged from Sarah's chest, her tether to the world, her very will to exist. She gasped, her knees buckling. "Stop," I roared. I slammed into the pier, the concrete shattering under the weight of my arrival. I wasn't a wisp of smoke anymore. I was a mountain of glass and gold, a jagged monument of the city's defiance. I lashed out with a fist of solidified light, striking the lead collector. The impact was sickening. It wasn't the sound of metal on flesh. It was the sound of a bell cracking. The collector flew back, his porcelain mask shattering to reveal nothing. Just a void of swirling gray mist held together by the syndicate's malice. He hit a crane and disintegrated into a cloud of ash. The other two collectors turned with a synchronized, terrifying fluidity. They didn't attack me directly. They struck the ground. The black glass hooks sank into the concrete of the pier, and suddenly the world went silent. The sound of the river died. The wind stopped. The golden veins in my arms went dark, the light sucked out of them as if by a vacuum. "They're grounding you," Barnaby's voice was a frantic yelp from the shadows. "They're draining the city's charge through the pier. Elias, you're losing your connection." I felt it immediately. The weight of the world became unbearable. My glass skin began to crack, not from an external blow, but from the internal pressure of my own fading existence. I dropped to one knee, my form flickering between the radiant guardian and the dying man I had once been. I looked at my hands. They were pale, trembling, and terrifyingly human. Sarah crawled toward me, her face ashen. "Elias, what's happening?" "Run," I wheezed. Each word felt like swallowing broken glass. "Sarah, get to the streets, get to the crowds." One of the collectors stepped forward, his hook raised high. The black glass was glowing now, gorged on the golden energy it had stolen from me. He was going to end it, not just my life, but the very idea of the glass guardian. He was going to turn me back into a memory of a ghost. Then the water erupted. It wasn't a jet of pipes this time. The entire harbor seemed to heave upward. A massive wave of black, brackish water slammed onto the pier, carrying with it the stench of the deep earth. Out of the spray rose Cellini, the mother of tunnels. She wasn't elegant now. She was a nightmare of shadows and silt, her eyes burning like cold blue stars. "I told you, Guardian," she hissed, her voice echoing from the very floor of the river. "The shadows are territorial." She didn't use light, she used the dark. Tendrils of thick, oily shadow rose from the gaps in the pier, wrapping around the debt collectors like constrictors. They fought back, their black glass hooks slashing at the darkness, but the shadows were infinite. For every strand they cut, a dozen more took its place. "You handle the girl," Selene commanded, her form expanding until she blotted out the moon. "I will handle the debt." The pier began to tilt, the wooden pilings snapping like toothpicks. I reached out for Sarah, my fingers brushing hers. The contact was different this time. It wasn't the jolt of a ghost touching a living soul. It was the steady, warm pulse of a heart. The heartbeat. As our hands locked, the golden light didn't just return, it exploded. It didn't come from the mountain and it didn't come from the streets. It came from her. Sarah wasn't just a catalyst, she was the reservoir. Every act of kindness she had performed in that hospital, every life she had touched, every moment of empathy she had shared with the dying, it was all stored within her, a battery of pure, unadulterated humanity. The gold flowed from her into me, mending my cracks, reinforcing my glass, and turning my crimson anger into a blinding, white-hot radiance. I stood up. I wasn't just Elia's thorn anymore. I was the city's answer. I looked at the remaining debt collectors who were struggling in Selene's grasp. I didn't need to strike them. I simply willed them to be gone. I reached into the fundamental code of the city, the layer where the syndicate had written their laws of debt and harvest, and I erased the lines that gave these monsters permission to exist. With a sound like a long-held breath being released, the collectors vanished. Their hooks fell to the concrete, shattering into harmless dust. The silence returned, but this time it was peaceful. The river settled. The wind began to blow again, carrying the scent of salt and the distant, rhythmic hum of the West District. Selene shrunk back down to her human form, standing on the edge of the ruined pier. She looked at me, then at Sarah, her expression unreadable. "The balance is restored," she said softly. "But the syndicate is a wounded beast now. They will retreat to their towers and their boardrooms. They will try to buy what they could not take." "Let them try," I said, my voice resonating with the strength of a million voices. "They don't own the streets anymore. They don't own the stories." Selene nodded once, a gesture of grim respect, and stepped backward into the river. She didn't splash. She simply became part of the water and was gone. I turned to Sarah. She was shaking, her eyes wide as she looked at the glowing entity standing before her. I consciously dimmed my light, pulling the radiance back into my veins until I looked almost like a man again, a man made of smoke and amber, but a man nonetheless. "You're safe now," I said. "What are you?" she whispered. "I'm the one who opened his eyes," I said. "And I'm the one who's going to make sure the rest of the city can keep theirs open too." Barnaby padded out from behind a crate, his tail wagging slowly. He sat next to Sarah and nudged her hand with his cold nose. She reached down instinctively to pet him, and as she did, a soft glow passed between them. "She's the anchor, Elia's," Barnaby said. "As long as she remembers you, the syndicate can never truly erase you. You are the myth and she is the witness." I looked up at the skyline. The chairman's tower was dark, its crown of light extinguished. But all around it, the rest of the city was beginning to twinkle, not with the artificial glare of neon and profit, but with the steady, warm lights of homes, hospitals, and libraries. The harvest was over. The friction had been eased. I felt a tug on my spirit, the mountain calling me back to the heights, the sky asking me to become the wind. But I looked at Sarah, and I looked at the dog, and I looked at the broken pier that was already beginning to be reclaimed by the river. I wasn't ready to leave. There were still stories being written in the margins. There were still ghosts trapped in the loops of their own regrets, and there was a girl who needed to be walked home. I offered my hand to Sarah. It wasn't a hand of glass or a hand of gold. It was just a hand. "Come on," I said. "The sun's going to be up soon, and I want to see what the city looks like when it's truly awake." She took my hand, her fingers warm against my cool, translucent skin. Together, we walked away from the docks, leaving the shadows of the syndicate behind. I had opened my eyes to a world of monsters and machines, but as we reached the first street lamp of the West District, I realized the truth. Something else had opened its eyes, too. The city itself was finally, beautifully, dangerously alive. And for the first time in a long time, it wasn't afraid of the dark.